A long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. I'm Harry Tidgwell. We welcome you to Planet Cardines for this South Division showdown as the 5-7-1 Newport Gulls look to host the evil umpire from out west in the Danbury Westerners. Newport currently 5-7-1 on the young season, but the Rebel Force looking for their third NECBL championship in 4 years. And well, in case you didn't know already, it's Star Wars night here at the ballpark. We have all your pregame coverage starting right now.
Welcome back to the pregame show here on the NECBL Broadcast Network. I'm Matt Clements here with Mike Basile for Gulls Insider. Mike, the Director of Media Operations for the Gulls, how does it feel to be back in Newport, and what goes into this job that you have?
It's always great to be back here in Newport. I mean, just the vibes, Cardines Field, a great group this year to work with. It's always fun coming back. This is my 4th year with the Gulls, which is crazy. 2-time NECBL champion, just so everybody knows. No, I really just love the group. I love doing the broadcast. Is so much fun, and working with the media team is always a blast as well. So always a nice time when summer rolls around.
Yeah, and one part of your job is bringing in a group of interns for the broadcast side and the social media side of things. How have you liked that so far, and what goes into that process?
First of all, we're always looking to raise the bar. So bringing back such a group from last year that did such a great job. I mean, you, Matt, Ethan, Joe, so many returners, Veronica, and then to bring in a group on the media side that has just gelled so well with you guys has been so great early in the year. It seems like we're in July already with how you guys work together and things like that. So I'm more excited to see how things are going to grow throughout the year. But the group we brought in, I've been really pleased with.
Yeah, and you said year 4 here in Newport. What's your favorite memory with the Gulls?
When Dixon Williams walked it off back in 2024. We won in 2023 on the road, but winning at home on a walk-off was just different. I mean, the vibes here were insane, and going out there, being on the field, taking pictures and stuff was just a really great moment.
Yeah, Matt Clements, Mike Basile. We'll have more here on the pregame show.
Whoa! Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. Moment I gotta keep going. I'm shaking the dice and I'm kicking and rolling. They already know.
We welcome you back to the NECBL broadcast pregame show. Harry Tidgwell alongside Chris Patsos, and it's Star Wars night at the ballpark. We're trying to get the lightsaber out. Let me get a little. There we go. There we go. It's a Walmart one. It's not straight from Disney or anything, but
it's not that $99 Disney.
but
$9.99 Walmart one.
That's going to be my starting question for you. Is the Newport Gulls obviously known for having such great baseball, but also just such a tremendous family fun atmosphere. You guys do stuff like this here tonight. And where does all this creativity, this balance for baseball and a fun night at the park all stem from?
Well, Harry, we're entertainment. We're really an entertainment organization. That's what we're really doing. And we have baseball. Baseball is what we do on the field, but what we do also off the field is really that's where a lot of the work is. On the field, you see it. This is the final product, and then it goes into it with sponsorships in the community and keeping it fun for everybody and making it entertaining. Like tonight, it's Star Wars night. My son is a Star Wars fanatic, so this is his night. That's why we're doing this. He sent down 11 costumes for everybody, so they're all going to be dressed up as Star Wars characters today. And we just try to do what works in the community and what works for us as an organization. And it works for Derek because he's a big part of what we do here. He puts a lot of work in, so we kind of reward him for what he's doing with his night and make it special. And then it's something that we do it usually every other year. We'll do it. We did Christmas in July last year, and we did Halloween in July last year, and this year we'll do Star Wars. Next year we'll do Christmas in July. So just something to keep it fresh. Mix it up a little bit, keep it interesting in the community, and make it fun for people to come to the ballpark. Look, people come to the game. A lot of times they'll say they went to the game, and I'll say, "How'd we do?" And they say, "I don't know. We didn't. I don't know." They don't really. They just had a blast. They had a blast running the bases. They had a blast with the mascot. They had a blast singing, seventh inning stretch, YMCA. It's just a family atmosphere we create here. We don't serve any alcohol for that reason. It's all about the friends, family, players, community, and that's really what we base it on. So.
Definitely a fun night at the ballpark here tonight. Do you and Derek have a favorite movie or any favorite characters in the Star Wars saga?
Well, my favorite character is Darth Vader, naturally.
Wow.
That's the man, But no, Derek, he's been into this since he's been 5-6 years old, and he's seen all the movies. He loves them all, and he'll play Star Wars music at night, all night long. Either that or take me out to the ball game. Those are his two. He loops them up all night and plays it all night. But no, he just loves. He's really into Star Wars. Really enjoys it, and he's looking forward to tonight. And it's going to be fun for him. Fun for him. Fun for the community. Fun for the interns. Gets the interns involved a little bit. Yeah, it breaks it up a little bit. Makes it a little more exciting. You guys work hard at what you do. They work hard at what they do, and to have a little fun while you're doing it, there's nothing wrong with that. And it's actually what you should be doing. You should be having fun with whatever you're doing out here. So
I'm definitely going to need to get my hands on that playlist for tonight or at some point. But my final question, we're in a Messi jersey today. I know the U.S. is currently winning. What's with the Argentina fit?
It's just the World Cup. I was over in Barcelona and Portugal and Rome recently, and last year we went over there for work and just I grab jerseys wherever I go.
Very nice.
I have Messi, I have Ronaldo, and I figured Messi scored a hat trick, someone said, so I figured I might as well wear his jerseys while he's hot. But no, World Cup's great. Soccer, soccer's fine. I'm not a huge soccer fan, but it's once again, it's entertainment. It's all entertainment. Look what's happening in Boston. If I can drink in the city dry, there's no more beer in Boston because all the Scots drank it all. So the game's great, Harry, but all the stuff that leads up to the game is really what matters. So it matters to the bartenders, it matters to the people in Boston, cab drivers, hotels, all that stuff. Just like in the community here, it matters not on the field, but it matters what we do outside the field, outside the white lines. With the we do a lot of baseball. We do Challenger. We do Babe Ruth. We do Junior Legion. We work with the Sunset League very closely. Yeah. So baseball is really it all matters. It all works together. It all blends together, and we're glad to be part of it. And we can provide some entertainment along the way because baseball is it's called boring, they say. So if we can add a little excitement to it, like the Savannah Bananas are doing, then nothing wrong with that. And we do that here. Other teams come in, they go, wow, you guys do a lot of stuff. Man, it takes a lot. I say, yeah. You go to other stadiums. You've been to other stadiums.
I've been to other stadiums. Nothing quite like this.
A lot of teams don't do anything.
Nothing, yeah.
Nothing, okay? I went to the game last night in Ocean State, and it just wasn't the experience that we try to create here. So it's, anyway, so it works out great. And
well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Make sure to come down to the ballpark, Cardines. It's Star Wars night. We got the lightsaber out and ready to go. I don't know if you're a Jedi or with the Empire, but first pitch at 6:35. Make sure to come on down.
Thanks, Harry.
We are the heartbeat of innovation, the ones who care for your heart as if it were our own. We are challengers who never settle. We are healers who turn fear into hope and the impossible into done. We are at the heart of this community, providing advanced, nationally recognized medicine. We are South Coast Health, Heart and Vascular.
Welcome back to the pregame show here on the NECBL Broadcast Network. I'm Matt Clemens here with Colby Wallace. Colby, 2025 goal. Weren't going to come back this year. You decided to come back. What was the thought process on returning to Newport?
Yeah, so I wanted to play summer ball this summer, and I knew I didn't really want to go anywhere else. I wanted to come back and play here for most likely my last year playing summer ball, so I just wanted to come back and be a goal.
Yeah, this year at college at ECU, you guys won the American Conference Championship. You played in that game. What was that feeling of playing in a conference championship for the first time?
Yeah, well, it was awesome. We dealt with a lot of injuries this year, so our pitching staff being able to get us there, it was really fun.
Yeah, and of course, last summer's team so close to making the NECBL Championship fell short in the Southern Conference Championship. That team, though, so many memories. What was your favorite memory from last year's squad?
Probably playing Moff on the bus rides to the away games. Yep.
We'll have more on the NECBL Broadcast Network. Matt Clemens joining alongside Colby Wallace.
The motoring event of the year returns. The All-Dream Newport Concours and Motor Week, October 1st through 4th. Witness breathtaking automobiles against a stunning backdrop of coastline and historic venues. From celebrated events like the Gathering and Concours d'Elegance to the all-new Supercar and Hypercar Concours, and free access to the Concours Village. There's something for all to enjoy. Join us in our Chair Jay Leno in celebrating automotive excellence, luxury, and community. Tickets on sale now.
wrapping up on the NECBL broadcast pregame show, and we're with Jedi Gus Gandy. And you might as well have been swinging the sword last night with the way you were just obliterating baseballs. You continued the impressive week, 5 more RBIs, hits all over the ballpark. What's clicked for you in recent games?
Honestly, just like hunting one pitch and then just adjusting to everything else, just sitting on one pitch and then just taking everything else. So,
well, the team looks to get back on the right track tonight. You're looking for the first Friday home win of the season. How are you going to go about putting a complete game together in all 3 facets of the game?
So, I mean, we're just going to try and keep swinging it today, keep the bats hot, and then, play good defense. And, yeah, let's just get the win tonight. So I'm excited.
Favorite Star Wars character for the fans at home?
I haven't seen too much Star Wars, but what about maybe a Yoda? Yoda?
You're wise. You have wisdom.
Yeah, I like Yoda. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Gus Gandy loves Yoda, and we love baseball. First pitch at 6:35. Come on down to Cardines Field for Star Wars night. If you can't make it down, tune in on NECBL Plus at 6:30. I'm Harry Tidgewell. See you in a little bit.
Most people spend their time trying to fit in. Not me. I want to be all in. I want to be in too deep, in the moment, in the center of it all, in the room where it happens. In it to make a difference every single moment of every single day. So grit your teeth and smile. Be ready to take on adversity. Be ready to transform the world. Ready for whatever life has in store. So, you in?
Boys and girls, welcome to Cardines Field and the 25th season of Newport Gulls baseball. Tonight's game sponsor is the Salvation Army, and the theme is not only Salvation Army, but you might have guessed, Star Wars Night. Engaged volunteers from the Salvation Army and the 50-50 raffle will benefit that world-famous organization. The New England Collegiate Baseball League presents the Danbury Westerners versus your Newport Gulls. Starting lineup for Danbury. Leading off, the seventh fielder, number 1, Aidan Stern of Trinity College in South Salem, New York. Batting second, the shortstop, number 6, Gavin Donahue of Sacred Heart University in Melrose, Massachusetts. Batting third, the first baseman, number 24, Kyle Gardowski of Quinnipiac University and the town of New Fairfield, Connecticut. Batting fourth, the second baseman, number 3, and brother of Gavin Donahue, Roman Donahue. He's from the same Sacred Heart University in Melrose, Massachusetts. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, number 2, Jack Edmonds of Brown University in the faraway city of Sammamish, Washington. Batting sixth, the catcher, number 43, Colin Mowry of the University of Louisville. He's from Mokina, Illinois. Batting seventh, the right fielder, number 20, Ryan Martin of Dallas Baptist University, a resident of Marietta, Georgia. Batting eighth, the left fielder, number 18, Peter Lake of Sacred Heart University and the town of Holmes, New York. Batting ninth, the third baseman, number 11, Noel Rivera. He's from Marist College and West Hempstead, New York, out on nearby Long Island. On the mound tonight for the Westerners, number 34, Glenn Smith of the University of Richmond, a resident of the capital city of Austin, Texas. The coaching staff. The manager is Connor Farrell. Assistant coach Billy Gerlach. Assistant coach Louis Lopez. And assistant coach Tim Vankowski. And now we introduce the Newport Gulls, and they will be accompanied by the East and West Greenwich Mixed All-Stars. Leading off, the shortstop, number 5.
Go 5!
Jeff Andy. Georgia.
And his baseball buddies, Hunter Robichaud and Henry Guthrie.
Having seconds, the designated hitter, number 15, Kristen Salinas of Rutgers University in Boone, North Carolina. Batting third, the left fielder, number 30, Kate Brown of Georgia Tech in Jefferson, Georgia.
And his baseball buddies, Milo and Tate Richardson.
Batting fourth, the third baseman, number 25, Braxton Remmel of East Carolina University in North Carolina.
And his baseball buddies, Braxton and Colton Van Lovin.
Batting fifth, second baseman, number 1, Hayden Cloud of the University of Kentucky and Lieutenant Mesa, Missouri.
And his baseball buddies, Max Bruno and Brady Childers.
Batting sixth, the first baseman, number 24, Brandon Larson of the University of Southern California. He resides in Rockland, California.
And his baseball buddies, Ben and Jackson Brooks.
Batting seventh, the right fielder, number 10, Peter Mershon of Coastal Carolina University in the town of Taylors, South Carolina.
And his baseball buddies, Colton and Haley Jameson.
Batting eighth, the catcher, number 32, Richard Tejeda of the University of Southern California and the city of Riverside, California. Batting ninth, the center fielder, number 9, Mason Legenda of the University of Pittsburgh, a resident of Brockton, Pennsylvania.
And his baseball buddies, Joseph Shaw and Kendall Delzonis.
On the mound tonight for the Gulls, number 22, Maddox Miller of Mississippi State University. He resides in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. The coaching staff, the manager, Mike Coon, hitting coach Teddy Reagan, pitching coach Kevin Long, and assistant coaches Dylan Brown and former Gulls player Noah Martinez. The umpires assigned tonight's games. Calling balls to the strike, Mr. Frank Andriozzi on the base path, Mr. Richmond Petrowski, and Mr. J.C. Fernandez. We trust these fine gentlemen will be extended every Thursday.
Thank you, Don. And good evening, Gulls fans, and welcome to the Salvation Army Star Wars Night at historic Target Field, featuring tonight's matchup between the Danbury Westerners and your Newport Gulls. The Salvation Army has been around for 161 years and was founded by William Booth and his wife Catherine Booth in 1865. The Salvation Army is a charitable organization known for providing social services, disaster relief, thrift stores, shelters, food assistance, and rehabilitation programs. The Salvation Army operated in more than 100 countries, helping different people in need, becoming one of the most recognizable charitable organizations in the world. Their mission combines practical help with compassion to create lasting change in communities worldwide. On behalf of the Newport Gulls organization, we would like to thank the Salvation Army for all you do for people around the globe, and may the force be with you. Gulls fans, I would like to welcome up three very special guests tonight for tonight's ceremonial birthdays. First up is Jimmy Winters. Jimmy Winters is the current president of the Newport County branch NAACP. He is also a retired Newport community police officer, grand marshal for the St. Patrick's Day Parade in 2021. He also performed on stage the three-time Grammy winner Ken Lowe at the Newport Gulls Center. Jimmy is also gospel Grammy winner Sissy Houston, who is Houston's mother, Diane Warwick's cousin at the Sanford Center Performing Arts Center in Sanford, Connecticut. He also sang the national anthem at several Gulls games and at several civic events, including fire and police departments. And he is currently singing with Larry Brown's Orchestra of Swing Lane and the praise team at Community Baptist Church. He also founded the Housing Hotline, working 144,000 calls or walk-ins since it opened, along with his wife Barbara, and volunteers there for Salvation Army. Take it away, Jim.
Airball. There you go.
Next up is Chris Willard. Chris is one of the commanding officers of the Salvation Army alongside his wife, Tyler. They have 3 daughters and 2 cats. He has been a part of the Salvation Army for 23 years, being stationed in New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and now Rhode Island. He has participated in emergency disaster services like Hurricane Katrina and various other local disasters. He is an avid reader, gamer, and enjoys grilling and cooking. Take it away, Chris. And last, and certainly not least, is Archer Smith. Archer is a fun-loving, adventure-seeking wild man who can make any event exciting with his ability to hype up the crowd and encourage everyone around him. He loves all kinds of sports and is always ready for action. Whether he's acting silly, making people laugh, or trying something new, Archer is always there to light up the mood. Take it away, Archer. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I ask you to please rise, if you are able, and remove your caps for the presentation of the nation's colors.
Ozzy! Randall!
Yeah, of course. Yeah, just be in my ear, please. Thank you.
Presenting the nation's colors tonight is the Newport Fire Department. And performing tonight's national anthem is the Salvation Army.
A long, long time ago in a ballpark not so far away. Tonight, the Force comes to Cardines Field under the lights of downtown Newport, Rhode Island, where the Gulls welcome the Danbury Westerners for a South Division Star Wars showdown packed with lightsabers, long balls, and yes, plenty of corny jokes. The Gulls look to defend their home galaxy, while Danbury hopes to squander the Resistance's powers. First pitch coming up next on NECBL Plus.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. Moment I gotta keep going. I'm shaking the dice and I'm kicking it rolling. They already know.
We are the heartbeat of innovation. The ones who care for your heart as if it were our own. We are challengers who never settle. We are healers who turn fear into hope and the impossible into done. We are at the heart of this community, providing advanced, nationally recognized medicine. We are South Coast Health, Heart and Vascular.
Friday night at historic Cardines Field. It's the Westerners taking on the Gulls. Both teams sitting below 500 currently on the season, but a chance to scratch one more W into the win column here tonight. We welcome you inside the broadcast booth. Luca Mucciardi, Matt Clements, I'm Harry Tidgewell, and well, guys, we got our lightsabers with us today. Well, that was timed up perfectly. I got an Empire, a Sith to my left, a Jedi to my right. I'm playing a little bit of a mediator here, but we got some really good baseball ahead of us, that's for sure. And Matt, I'll start with you. The Newport Gulls coming off a 16-12 loss last night, but a game that they were never truly in, and that's because of a lackluster start pitching-wise. Well, the pitching, it's been strong this season. How can Newport get back on track with the arms here tonight?
We just got to scratch off yesterday. It was a tough game in Ocean State. You're back here at home. You got Maddox Miller on the mound. It's his first time pitching for the Gulls. 12 days ago, he was pitching in the NCAA Super Regionals against Georgia, who just lost to Oklahoma. So first start here at Cardines, first time pitching for the Gulls. You get a fresh start, a fresh pitcher. You got to get back on track. Hopefully the offense can help him out, but pitching-wise, just keep doing what you were doing early on in the season.
Now, Luca Mucciardi, I turn to you, and not the ideal start for the Danbury Westerners, but we talked about it pregame. This is something, a similar position they were in last season. It's just a matter of getting going. How can they get about getting back in the win column here tonight?
Yeah, well, it seems at times this season it's been they've had the offense and they don't have the defense, and then other games they have the defense and they don't have the offense. It's just a matter of combining those two. But this is a team that can score runs in bunches. I mean, all of their wins this year have been via the blowout, 20-1 win against Ocean State, 16-3 in their other meeting between them and the Crosstown Waves. So this is a team that can score the crooked number and leads the league in long balls. So expect to see a lot of action out of the Danbury Bats tonight if they want to get back in the win column.
Well, that's enough of the lightsabers. We send you down to the field, and Matt Clements was hinting at Maddox Miller out of Mississippi State. You look at the numbers, a 4-2 record with a 2.45 ERA across 25 and 2/3 innings pitched. And the most alarming stat, well, that 40 strikeouts to just 12 walks. This is a guy that loves to pound the zone more than anybody else on the Gulls roster. Very similar to watching Nate Schlote's debut last week. Both freshman arms, both a lot of hype around these guys, and a summer here in Newport could be just what they need to rise to national stardom next college season. We take you through the Danbury lineup. Luca, take it away.
And leading off the center fielder out of Trinity, Aiden Stern. He'll be followed by one half of the Donahue pairing. That's Gavin Donahue at short out of Sacred Heart. Kyle Garbowski out of Quinnipiac bats third. He'll play first base. And then the back half of the Donahue twins, Ronan, will play second and clean up the order. Jack Edmonds is designated hitter tonight out of Brown. He'll bat fifth. Colin Mowry, who will be doing the backstop duties out of the University of Louisville. He'll bat sixth. And then 7, 8, 9, Ryan Martin making his first appearance as a Danbury Westerner in right field. Peter Link returns after a hand injury suffered last week. He'll be out in left field. And Noel Rivera moves down to the 9-hole, rounding out this Danbury order.
I guess you could say Gavin Donahue and Ronan Donahue like brothers, sort of like Anakin and Obi-Wan in a sense, you know. Well, Newport, the defensive lineman, as we take you across the outfield grass. Cade Brown over in left. Mason Lagenza playing in center. Peter Mershon in right. Trammell at the hot corner. Gus Gandy and Caden Cloud up the middle. Brandon Larson making his first start with Newport this season over at first. And Richard Tejeda behind the mound. Maddox Hiller toes the rubber, and we're ready for first pitch here in Newport. Another wonderful night. Where else would you rather be? Thousands pack in. First pitch on the way, fouled straight back for strike one. As you said earlier, Matt, it's a matter of Newport pounding the zone early and getting ahead in counts if they want to find more success pitching-wise here tonight.
Yeah, it starts in the first inning. I mean, we've seen the Gulls have some good first innings, but again, not letting any runs up and then getting on the board in the first early start, that's what the Gulls need after a game like last night when you were down so many runs. Even though they came back, it was a little demoralizing early on for the Gulls.
Well, Stern watches strike two at the letters. Miller looking for his first strikeout victim of the young season. Out of the windup, kicks and deals. Chops slowly, right side, coming on in, and grabbing it is, Brandon Larson. It's going to be an infield single for Aiden Stern. Not a ball that was hit incredibly hard, but into the middle of no man's land. And Danbury with their leadoff man aboard.
That's kind of what Aiden Stern gives you from a Westerner's perspective as a leadoff man. Can play the small ball. You see it there, a pretty weak infield hit down the right side, but able to beat it out, and then the head first slide into first. A good leadoff base runner if you're Danbury.
Well, Newport is a team that likes to play from ahead. They haven't had a loss when trailing this season, so if you're Danbury, you want to do whatever you can to be the first ones on the board here tonight. In steps Gavin Donahue. Donahue so far this season batting .216. Both Donahue brothers actually batting .216. What are the odds? With a .297 slugging, a .310 on base. And a whiff at that one for strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike, still no outs with Aiden Stern leading off of first.
And Donahue coming off a one-hit performance the other night and a loss against the North Shore Navigators for Danbury. Struck out twice in that affair.
Lefty into righty, Miller breaking ball, and Donahue swings right through it. So another 2-strike opportunity for the young freshman and Maddox Miller.
Yeah, Miller's really got him off balance here. He went fastball first pitch into the breaking ball right there. You can tell Donahue a little off balance. See what he goes with here. He has a pitch to waste.
Lefty kicks and deals. Up and in.
And, you would think a guy like Gavin Donahue better against the left-handed arms, those pitches coming in at him. Actually, similar splits from both sides of the plate for this guy. We'll see what he likes. Likes those pitches up and in. Might get one here.
The 2-2 breaking ball misses low and away. Count runs full. Danbury with a chance to put on some early pressure. Stern and Donahue could both work their way aboard. 1 pitch away from doing so. Miller 1 pitch away from his first out of the inning. The 3-2. Caught him at the knees. Strike 3 looking. Maddox Miller with his first strikeout with the Gulls this season. First out of the ball game, and Gavin Donahue goes down looking, brings up Kyle Garbowski, the first baseman here tonight.
Garbowski, the 3rd highest batting average on this team, 308 clip coming into tonight. Every single hit of his so far has been a base knock. No extra base hits so far through his first 10 games in the NECBL this summer.
Lefty on lefty matchup. Yeah, you mentioned it, a 308 batting average, 308 slugging. Chops one up the middle. Gandy on the hop, flips the cloud for 1. No throw over to first. So just mark it down as a 6-4 fielder's choice for out number 2.
Yeah, Gandy, good job right there. It's like a really mean bounce at the end, and Gandy, not the tallest shortstop out there, held his ground, had enough time to get it over to Cloud, and you're only going to get one right there, a slow grounder, but now you get 2, some room to work with, and Miller's looking good out there for his first start.
And I think Miller's really loved attacking at the knees early on. That's a spot that home plate umpire, up to this point, Craig Andreozzi has given him, and we'll see if he keeps working down low throughout the rest of this contest. First pitch misses in the dirt, ball 1 into Ronan Donahue.
Coming into this game looking at Maddox Miller out of Mississippi State, perfect game had him as one of the top 100 freshmen. In fact, number 25 in the nation coming into this season.
Second pitch misses outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Donahue now with a hitter's count. The man off of first is Garbowski. 2-0 misses inside. 3 balls, no strikes.
Now some good patient hitting with 2 outs if you're Ronan Donahue. We mentioned the same batting average as his brother Gavin coming into today. But trying to provide that veteran presence in the cleanup spot, need it here.
Miller pounds one in for the first strike of the at-bat. Jack Edmonds looms on deck, the DH here tonight.
Yeah, fastball right there. Get back in. It's 3-1. I might expect another fastball here, try to paint it on the corner, and then 3-2, you have something to work with.
Miller's pitch misses up and in, ball 4. So a 5-pitch walk to Ronan Donahue, passes the baton off to Jack Edmonds with 2 outs and 2 men aboard. Edmonds batting .214 on the season, but he does have 3 RBIs and 2 extra base hits, both doubles to his name. Good for a .357 slugging, a .333 on base.
Edmonds has been one of those guys who started the season on the bench, actually, listed as a catcher, and kind of went to this coaching staff in Danbury, said, I can play anywhere. Has played left field, is designated hitting tonight, has been the backstop a couple of times, and has really worked his way into this Danbury lineup. Can't really take him out with the way he's been hitting.
Well, Miller once again paints the knees for strike 1, trying to escape the early jam. Peeking back at second. Pitch home, a half-offered attempt, but they'll say he went for strike 2. A nasty breaking ball from Maddox Miller. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with 2 men aboard in the top of the first. Miller, the freshman, deals inside, ball 1. I think that's where a lot of his misses have been early, towards that inner third part of the plate, just working a couple inches too far inside.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a strategic one on 0-2. Get him off the plate. He might go on the outside corner here with the fastball. It's really been blowing guys away, hitting about 92 to 94 miles per hour, so big pitch coming here.
The 1-2. Breaking ball away, Matt Clements. Some expert analysis. Miller picks up out number 3. The Gulls try to be the first on the board in the home half of the first after this.
I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best, yes. Painting pictures for the culture, keep the brushes fresh. Flip the cover, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is a teacher under pressure, now we blessed. Yeah, it's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Stadionic's primary goal is to maximize fan safety and amplify the fan experience so that you or your client get exactly what you envision.
Welcome into beautiful Chapel Hill, North Carolina. It's downright gorgeous.
Well, Danbury able to work 2 men aboard in the last inning, but unable to get any runs across. So now they'll have to defend against the rebel attack, if you will, and the man on the mound, Glenn Smith, with more. Luca.
And Glenn Smith, the 5'10 junior, plays his ball at the University of Richmond. Was a starter there this season and making his 4th appearance out here in Danbury. An 0-1 record with a 7.56 ERA. Has made 2 starts, but then turned into a reliever, came in the middle innings of a couple of ball games, now making his 3rd start. Was coming into the season as the primary rotation guy, and he'll be tasked with taking down the Gulls tonight at the Cardines.
Well, leading things off is going to be Gus Gandy, who comes off his best performance, maybe the best performance by any Goal so far this season. 4 for 5 with 5 RBIs. Batting second, it's Tristan Salinas, followed by Cade Brown. He's coming off a monster day as well. 5 hits. Braxton Trammell bats cleanup. Caden Cloud 5th. Brandon Larson once again making his Newport debut, batting 6th. Peter Mershon in the 7-hole. Richard Tejeda, his first game at home, batting 8th. And Mason Legenza batting 9th tonight. Look at the defensive alignments as well.
And Peter Link out in left, Aiden Stern in center, and making his debut for the Danbury Westerners, Ryan Martin in right field. You get Noel Rivera at third. The Donahue twins will be the middle infielders tonight. And then over at first base, you'll have Kyle Garbowski, Colin Mowry, the battery mate to the man on the mound, Glenn Smith, ready to deliver his first pitch of the ball game.
The first pitch into Gandy is popped backwards and foul.
Yeah, Harry, you've been obviously able to travel with a team, and it's just been great to see this guy, Gus Gandy, really get into a groove with the Gulls. Phenomenal player. Again, short, stocky shortstop right there, but really, really versatile player for the Gulls this year. And I've only seen that in person on the home side of things. He's been great all around.
You see the 5 stolen bases. It's the type of leadoff guy you want if you're Newport. Get on base and then be able to extend himself on the base paths early in ball games.
Second pitch catches the zone as well. Not to the liking of the Newport crowd, but Glenn Smith working ahead. No balls, 2 strikes. Pitch into Gandy. Breaking ball, fly ball, right side. Ryan Martin with feet to spare makes the catch for the first out of the inning. Hands things off to Tristan Salinas. Saw some action during the beginning of yesterday's game before being replaced by Cole Johnson in the later innings.
And for Glenn Smith on the mound, for Danbury, he's going to be the same thing relatively that Maddox Miller is for Newport. A guy who's going to throw right in the zone. It's going to be suspect to some hits, but not afraid to just go right at hitters as he does there.
Working inside to Salinas, a dangerous spot to work against the lefty. He's been practically all pull this season, but he sneaks one in on the corner. Salinas, a .333 batting average paired with a .444 slugging. That one lined up the middle, working on in is Stern, not going to get there. Newport with their first hit of the ball game, courtesy of Tristan Salinas. The second pitch he sees, he doesn't miss it. Lines it right back up the middle for his first base knock of this contest.
Yeah, not a perfect battle right there. Kind of got jammed on the lower half of the bat, but when you have a great swing right him and you tie it up, he actually went even more opposite field right there. That's a great swing right there. Again, he didn't barrel it up, put enough on it. That's what the Gulls need to start their inning.
Well, Cade Brown, who had a slow first couple of games in the orange and white, has really turned it up as of late. We mentioned that 5-hit performance yesterday brought the batting average all the way up to .346 with a .500 slugging, a .500 on base. Catches the zone for strike one.
Cade Brown, a part of last year's Gulls team. And speaking of last year's Gulls team, Colby Wallace just announced today he came back. He's returning to the squad too, so another returner from last year's great Gulls team to join Cade Brown.
Some of these guys trying to finish the job that they were unable to accomplish last year. Newport falling short of the three-peat, losing to the Martha's Vineyard Sharks in the South Division final, but you know, capturing that crown is on the mind of not only everybody on this team, but specifically the returners this season. The 0-2 into Brown, just above the letters, ball one.
Another guy, Kyle Branch, who just reached the NCAA Baseball Championship Series. He'll be back whenever that's over, so another returner coming in. Then you get some guys who have some pedigree of playing deep into the playoffs. That's going to round the team better.
The 1-2 from Smith. Misses low and away. Can't get the chase. Count draws even at 2s.
And that's the trend it seems to be for Newport. The start of the season, one of those teams that really gets their quality players, their best quality players, in later as the summer goes on, and they can really turn it on. That's why they play 500 ball this first couple weeks of the season, and then you just see the Gulls explode into what everyone's been kind of accustomed to now at the Cardines over the last couple of seasons.
It's definitely the expectation. That's why I think a lot of people were caught off guard by the somewhat poor start to the season, if you will, but the Gulls trying to turn things around, and Cade Brown went around on that one. The high fastball gets him to go for strike two. Smith challenges him up top, and all that Brown has to offer is turning halfway.
And Glenn Smith hasn't been really the strikeout guy for Danbury this season as one of their starters. He's going to let the ball get play in the field. He's going to let up hits. He's going to let up contact and let the defense behind him kind of do the talking. But when he needs to, Glenn's able to figure something out and get a big punch out there.
Well, the cleanup man and Braxton Trammell steps into the left-handed batter's box. Newport going righty-lefty to begin things here tonight. Another pickoff move over towards first. Salinas diving back in safely.
Trammell's one of those interesting guys coming in for Newport because hasn't had quite the start to the summer he wanted, but limited action at East Carolina. I mean, hit a 345 clip. This kid knows what he's doing with the bat in his hand.
Yeah, and you see the trust that the coaching staff has in him, willing to put him towards the top of the order here tonight.
And put him in the cleanup spot and let him go to work.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Newport has been more aggressive on the base paths as of late. Misses above the zone, 2-1.
Trammell also excited for Colby Wallace. They both played East Carolina together, and they actually won the American Conference Championship this year. So, again, you get some more championship pedigree. They've played at even higher levels than the NECBL. They're playing in a conference championship. So he's trying to look to piece together his season as he starts off slow, but again, everything forms together. You get a couple infielders who have played together, and, the chemistry outbeats other teams who have only known each other for 3-4 weeks.
A wave and a miss at the pitch above the zone for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Tristan Salinas leads off of first. Smith kicks and deals. Another half-offered attempt, and they'll say he went for strike number 3. Gets Trammell to go down the same way he got Cade Brown. A scoreless first inning here in Newport. Top of the second, up next. A packed house here at Cardines Field here tonight. A look down those right field bleachers and some Friday night action. Matt, we were talking before the game, and Luca as well. I mean, so much traffic around town today, which is a blessing and a curse. Of course, it takes a little bit longer to get everywhere, but it also means everybody's pouring on in. And then where else would you rather be than the ballpark on a Friday night? Everybody's loving it.
Yeah, and, as a local Rhode Island guy, I understand the draw to Newport. Especially on Friday. We have a holiday today, so many people down here joining the city, and that's how we get a lot of fans here. They might not plan on going to a Gulls game, but they're walking back to the parking garage. They're staying at a hotel, and they see a game for $5. They come around, and they love watching the Gulls play.
It's kind of hard to miss it, right? You're driving down the street, and all of a sudden, wow, ballpark.
Yep, there you go.
You got to love it. I mean, if it wasn't in the booth, I'd probably be down here sitting in the fans, too. What a great atmosphere it is down here in Newport.
6, 7, 8, Colin Mowry leads things off, followed by Martin and Link. Miller's first pitch of his second inning of work is a swing and a miss on the breaking ball. Mowry, a .222 batting average so far this season. He does have a home run to his name. The junior out of Louisville watches that one in the dirt for ball 1.
Mowry comes into this game the captain of this Danbury team. Cappy, as everyone likes to call him in the Danbury dugout. But brings that Power 4 experience from Louisville, a team who was in Omaha just 2 years ago.
Chopped left side into the netting and foul for strike 2. If you're wondering what that netting is, Stadionic, the official netting and facility partner of the New England League, Stadionic's netting, wall padding, and facility solutions have been featured in Major League Baseball venues, including Citi Field and Truist Park, home of the Mets and Braves, respectfully. That pitch misses low and away, 2 balls, 2 strikes, as well as many collegiate facilities throughout the entire country, Florida, North Carolina, Clemson, Texas, and many more. From design to fabrication to installation, Stadionic is making sports facilities more iconic. The 2-2, Miller misses inside and low, so the count goes full once again. Miller eating up a lot of pitches early, already at 25 in just his second inning of work. The 3-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Fooling Mowry with the breaking ball, and Miller picks up his first out of the second inning.
And noticing, working the outside corner, it's something you said earlier in the game, Matt. Just running those pitches inside, back them off the plate a little bit, and then you can find the outside part of the zone goes off speed and gets Mowry hacking.
Yeah, even if you don't back him off the plate, it's still, you're seeing the ball come from 2 different angles, especially when you go from fastball to off speed.
And while you would expect that with a lefty, the breaking ball would be cutting in, but with Miller, you're actually getting the spin towards that outer half of the plate. Not something that a lot of lefties are able to get down, but that's been Miller's go-to strikeout pitch during his college season and through his first inning and 1/3 of work in the NECBL.
I mean, he's a fastball, changeup, slider, curveball guy, and that changeup's that pitch that really, where, like you're saying, makes his money on the outside corner. It has such a great horizontal break on it. It can fool the right-handed hitters. They think it's running in, and then all of a sudden it's escaping their grasp.
Already 3 strikeouts here tonight. He's put down half of the batters he's faced via the K. 2 balls, 1 strike. Misses the inside, 3-1.
Ryan Martin just joining this Danbury team today. So brand new to the team, just met everybody on the bus ride out to Newport. Connor Farrell and his coaching staff said, hey, we're throwing you right in right field. We need you tonight.
Trying to make an instant impact. The 3-1 misses high and in, almost caught him. So Martin works the walk in his first at-bat of the NECBL season. Hands things off to the left fielder, Peter Link.
That's a great at-bat if you're Martin. 5-pitch walk, get a 1-out base runner, and Peter Link steps up, rejoining this Danbury team. Missed the last week after he took a ball right off the wrist against the Bristol Blues. Ended up coming out of that game, so making his first action since returning.
Link chases below the zone for strike 1 out of Sacred Heart.
And Lucas, I mean, you've been seeing it all year, but for me, catches my height. He's 6'7".
Oh, yeah.
It's a big batter, especially towards the bottom half of the order.
12 home runs this year for the Sacred Heart Pioneers. Big power hitter in this Danbury order.
Back-to-back swing and misses below the knees. Link batting at a 250 clip with a 375 slugging. No long balls yet on the season, but with a frame like that, it seems like only a matter of time. 1 ball, 1 strike. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. And a cold strike 3 on the inside. Maddox Miller picks up his 4th of the day. Sends down Peter Link in just 3 pitches for the second out of the inning, and now the 9-hole hitter in Noel Rivera stepping up to the plate.
And Noel Rivera started off this year batting in the 5 spot for Danbury. Was expected to be one of these big hitters. Hit .305 in 255 plate appearances for Marist this season in the Metro. But after a couple of slow games with the bat in his hand, is dropped down to this 9 spot where Danbury has been very efficient this year in the 9-hole, whether it's been Aiden Stern or Tyler Cacciataro, who's not in the lineup tonight. But flipping the lineup card back over, giving yourself a chance to bring those big power bats up.
Already implementing the Metro Conference. You're up to date on your stuff.
I have to, man.
Real ones know that the double A Mac.
The MAAC, I used to call it.
1 ball, no strikes into Noel Rivera. That Marist team was competing for a conference championship this past season. Came up just short. Rivera, one of those pivotal members. Miller missing inside. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Ryan Martin, the man off of first. (2-0) on the inner third for strike 1.
Yeah, Harry, it's been fun to see Miller throw this inning specifically. I look at the pitches. He had a 3-2 strikeout against Mowry, and then the 3 then the 5-pitch walk, 3-pitch strikeout. He's kind of been all over the place, and I think the umpire's trying to find his zone alongside Miller.
Grounded up the middle on a hop to Gandy, who flips the second for the third out of the inning. Ryan Martin's able to work his way aboard, but left aboard by the Danbury Westerners. Gulls try to be the first on the board after this.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. Moment I gotta keep going. I'm shaking the dice and I'm kicking and rolling. They already know.
We are the heartbeat of innovation. The ones who care for your heart as if it were our own. We are challengers who never settle. We are healers who turn fear into hope and the impossible into done. We are at the heart of this community, providing advanced, nationally recognized medicine. We are South Coast Health, Heart and Vascular.
Caden Cloud, Brandon Larson, Peter Mershon due up for the Newport Gulls in the bottom of the second. Remember, fans, if you can't make it to the ballpark, you don't need to miss out on all of the NECBL action. You can keep up with the Westerners or Gulls all season long on NECBL Plus. Head to HomeTeamLive.com. That's HomeTeamLive.com for the full NECBL Plus schedule, or to purchase your single game, weekly, or all season pass. And also follow the NECBL on social media for your daily NECBL Plus and ESPN Plus broadcast listings. An honor to be on NECBL Plus here tonight. I got to shout out our buddy Joe Dupuis downstairs making graphics, getting everything ready for tonight's game, especially on the NECBL Plus broadcast. We can't thank you enough, Joe. But yeah, a great night, and we're in for a good one, it looks like, early, guys.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a battle of the pitchers so far. Looking at Maddox Miller, what a fantastic performance he has. His first time suiting up here at the Cardines, and already with 4 strikeouts through his first 2 innings of work. Glenn Smith was able to get some luck of that, 2 strikeouts in his first inning. So now looking to try to provide more of that kind of stability for this Danbury side.
Well, someone that's wowed the home crowd already this season is Caden Cloud, batting at .280 with the .600 slugging. That's first on the Newport Gulls. Already has 2 home runs, had his first home one in the last home game of the week on Wednesday. Put a 3-run shot over the right center field wall. Sent this place into a frenzy, and on a night like tonight, you're just hoping that Newport could get a long ball just to see the fans go crazy. This place can get really loud. The 2-0. Below the knees, 3 balls, no strikes.
Yeah, and you want it to happen early on, really get the crowd into it, because despite this being a big crowd, around the 7th and 8th inning, no matter what the score is, kind of seems to,
simmer off a little bit.
And it slows down, and not the same reaction. So these early innings really mean something. And I remember the playoff atmosphere last year when the Gulls got ahead early. It really helped them out down the line in that game.
Smith throws one down Broadway for the first strike of the at-bat. 3 balls, 1 strike, still a hitter's count to Cloud. Out of the windup, Smith kicks and deals. Right back to the fastball at the belt. So the count draws full after 3 straight balls, 2 straight strikes, and a payoff pitch just seconds away. The 3-2 from Smith, breaking ball, chopped left side. Rivera fields it on the run, throw over to first in time to nab the speedy Cloud for the first out of the inning. Smith able to work all the way back.
And that's going to be a very positive sign if you're this Danbury coaching staff with Connor Farrell. You see Glenn go down 3-0. He finds 2 pitches in the middle. And then how about the stretch from Kyle Garbowski? Throw a little bit to his left from Rivera, and he's able to nab it down and get that speedy Cloud for the first out.
Brandon Larson out of Stanford. And in case you can't tell on your TV screen, we can tell from up here, he's one big guy. 6'6", 240. Had a hit in his lone at-bat of yesterday's contest. This is his first start of the season. And this pitch is crushed. Deep right field. Forget about it. Brandon Larson says hello to the Cardines crowd with a solo shot in the bottom of the second.
I mean, you were just talking about that frame. 6'6", 235, and he got every single bit of that frame on the baseball. Absolute rocket over the wall in right center.
Catching a little too much of the plate, and Larson didn't miss it. The resistance striking first. The Gulls lead 1-0. Could hear the Star Wars music on the loudspeakers. It felt like I was in a movie or something. Peter Mershon has to try and follow that up. That was by far the longest home run we've seen at Cardines this season.
You can almost tell by the reaction of the center fielder, Stern. He kind of just turned around, and he wasn't even ready to play it off the wall. It cleared it by so much.
I was expecting a Star Wars joke on that long ball. I thought one was I thought you had one ready in the bag.
I should have had a pun ready.
Sent that one to another galaxy, maybe.
Oh, I like that. The 2-0 in the dirt. Smith clearly a little bit rattled after that moonshot.
Well, if you're Glenn, you have to say, you know what? That was a solo home run. I gave up one run.
Could have been worse.
You find yourself back in, and you just limit the damage. This is a Danbury team that can score. Just keep your team within striking distance. Anything can happen in the NECBL.
I feel like every long ball hit by the Gulls at home so far this season has been over that right center field wall. I mean, that one would have been gone absolutely anywhere. I feel like some of the ones earlier in the season plopped right over that 321 sign. But if I was a homeowner back there, I'm checking my windows when I get home tonight to make sure there's no broken glass or anything. Mershon works the walk. Some Gulls taking in all the action up top on that light post.
Yeah, I mean, back to those dimensions, like it's 321 to the centermost part of right center, and then it just goes back 27 feet into Ivy. And for us, it's so ordinary, and there's also a light pole right there. It's so ordinary because we're used to it, but when you walk into this place, you're probably like, what is going on over there? You got a warehouse, that's the foul line. It's really wacky, but, it adds to the old, feel.
Oh, it's fantastic. You're situated between, a busy street, a firehouse, and a neighborhood. It's one of the coolest spots you can find to put in a ballpark, and it's got that own special charm. Every ballpark in the NECBL kind of has to have their thing, right? I think everybody kind of knows Cardines, one for the atmosphere that the fans create here, but for the dimensions. It's one of those famous things, and of course 360 after that big gap in dead center field. But one of the more fun ballparks, I know the Danbury guys were coming in and they saw it for the first time and they said, what's going on here?
I gotta ask you guys. I just got the number from our stat track guy. Do you have a guess for how far that ball was hit?
405.
I'm gonna go 383.
411 feet.
Wow. It's the longest home
100
run
miles
in the league.
per hour off the bat.
It's the longest home run in the NECBL this summer.
Wow.
Aiden Stern on Danbury had what was previously the longest, 394 to dead center at Rogers Park. So there's a new stat for your book.
Gonna have to throw that in trivia one of these days.
411 feet in Newport. Wow. I want to know where it hit in terms of those trees out there. I mean,
Pickoff move over towards first, scampering back in safely is Mershon.
I mentioned it to you before we went on air. Your backyard's facing the ballpark. That's a great spot, right? You just sit out back. You get to watch the game.
Throw some
out.
burgers on the grill.
It's awesome. But then you also got to think, how many times is your window breaking, or you got to fix the siding on your house?
Line drive the other way. Martin working in, makes the catch. Mershon will get back to the bag in time. So Danbury unable to force the rare 9-3 double play, but they're second out of the inning nonetheless. And now the 9-hitter in Mason Legenza stepping up to the dish. Number 9 batting ninth. Legenza out of pit. 5 RBIs on the season already.
That's a guy oozes talent. 6th round pick by the Dodgers just a year ago. Decided I'm going to play my college ball and play my summers in Newport. And again, like I was saying for Danbury, if you have a guy in the 9-hole that you can trust to flip the lineup card back over and really start rallies for you, it pays dividends for the Gulls.
And, the numbers aren't quite where he wants them to be, but like you said, he just oozes talent. You can tell just by seeing him warm up, seeing him take batting practice, and you know that when he hits his stride this season, he's going to be one of the most dangerous hitters in all of the NECBL. Slashes that one foul left side into the street.
And you were talking about the houses needing to be careful. The streets, well, maybe 50 feet to the left. I mean, you're right on the corner of a busy street. So
we're right near the water too. If you're a boat, you might want to watch out when you're going on by. Runner takes off, throw down to second on a rope, but Mershon diving in safely avoids the tag, and a 2-out runner in scoring position for the Gulls.
And Maury's throw just took him a little bit to the left. Donahue couldn't apply the tag, but a heads-up slide if you're Mershon.
Yeah, going for that back part of the bag really made Donahue have to stretch far just to get him. Unable to reach the jersey in time. Mershon cleaning some dirt off of his chest.
That was a good pop-up time, though, and really good cannon Maury has behind there. Just a little off target, but if he had a little bit more to the right, I think there would have been a play there.
And with how good of a jump Mershon had, I think he still sent the signal, hey, be careful running on me, because those are going to turn into outs sooner rather than later. The 2-1 into Legenza. Misses below the knees. 3 balls, 1 strike. Gus Gandy, the leadoff man on deck. We talked about his monster game yesterday, included 5 RBIs. I'm sure he'd love an opportunity to hit with 2 runners on here tonight.
Well, Legenza's got to be loving this guy in scoring position, 2 away, but you got a hitter's count at 3-1. Big chance if you're Newport.
Smith stepping back and peeking an eye off at Mershon before the 3-1 delivery.
I think Legenza's got to be expecting fastball here. Smith's 3-1 count, runner in scoring position. You get the hottest hitter on deck. You don't want to face him. You got to put something in the zone here. I got to see fastball in the outer half.
3-1. Popped foul, out of play left side. I feel like I have Tony Romo to my right.
I was going to agree with you. That's the Glenn Smith. I need a pitch in the zone. He likes that fastball outside to the left-handed hitter, which you can expect out of a big righty.
Yeah, I agree with you guys as well. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Mershon not forced, so he'll be staying put at second until this ball is either put in play. Payoff pitch from Smith. Kicks and deals. Tapped off the leg of Legenza, and we'll do it again.
So that's back-to-back fastballs right there. Again, 3-2. How confident are you with the off-speed pitch? If you are, you probably want to put on the lower half of the plate. He might see the arm angle, be fastball, swing at a low curveball. That's your hope right here if you're Smith. If not, try to work, again, up and out fastball. You got to, really try to avoid something middle here.
Yeah, you don't want to leave anything hanging in the zone for this guy. A base hit can double Newport's lead just like that.
The 3-2. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Smith beats Legenza low in the zone, but not before the Gulls leave their mark on the bottom of the second, courtesy of Brandon Larson. 1-0 Newport. We're back after this.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. Moment I gotta keep going. I'm shaking the dice and I'm kicking and rolling. They already know.
We are the heartbeat of innovation. The ones who care for your heart as if it were our own. We are challengers who never settle. We are healers who turn fear into hope and the impossible into done. We are at the heart of this community, providing advanced, nationally recognized medicine. We are South Coast Health, Heart and Vascular.
Brandon Larson over the first base bag, and well, he's already made his impact on this one. A solo shot just half an inning ago. Danbury having to play from behind. They'll have the top of the order due up in the top of the third. Aiden Stern, Gavin Donahue, Kyle Garbowski set to lead things off. Stern had that infield single softly hit towards the right side his first time around.
And Aiden Stern coming into this game, a .310 average, and I'll take a tick up after the single, but a .524 on-base percentage. That's second best in the NECBL. So like I said, a very, very effective leadoff man for Danbury. Already got on in the first. And now trailing by 1, if you're the Westerners, you're hoping he can do more of the same here in the third.
Yeah, and obviously not being the first team on the board doesn't mean anything when it's a one-run game with 7 innings to play. Miller working in and catches the umpire behind the dish. Andreozzi is going to try and walk it off. Noah Martinez waving over the trainer.
It looked like that caught Andreozzi on the hand.
Yeah, waving that right hand.
You know, they say catcher is the toughest position in baseball because you get a little battered and bruised. You got to have some thick skin to go be an umpire, not just because of the jeers you might get from the crowd, but you got to be careful there behind the dish. Looks like Andreozzi's going to tough it out and be okay. Good to see.
One of the things about a lot of these umpires is, Andreozzi obviously, well out of his playing days. But you can imagine, a lot of these guys were probably catchers during their time.
Oh, yeah.
Because, calling balls and strikes is very similar to, what the catcher's doing himself.
Yeah,
so
knowing the zone.
Talk about tough skin. He probably has some.
Miller missing up for ball 2. We thank you for joining us on NECBL Plus. Luca Mucciardi, Matt Clements, I'm Harry Tidgewell with you. Miller, the first 3 pitches of the top of the third, all balls. Aiden Stern threatening to work his way aboard for the second time in just as many plate appearances.
And leads this team with 9 walks on the young season.
3-0 misses inside. So a 4-pitch walk issued to Stern. Gavin Donahue looking for his first hit of the game, 0 for 1 here today.
And that's the start you want if you're the Westerners. We saw Stern's speed on his infield single in the first inning. Now you got him on, you're trailing 1, and you got the meteor order coming up. You got to try to get him in here any way possible, and that might include a bunt.
Stern 2 for 3 on stolen bags so far this summer.
Missing in the dirt and reaching the backstop with the first pitch of his second at-bat. Advances Stern the 90 feet over to second. Maddox Miller with some location issues during his third inning of work. While we were introducing him pregame, we talked about how he has 19 appearances during the college season, but only 1 start. Not a guy that is used to eating up many innings, and you wonder if this third inning is when we're going to start to see things fall apart just a little bit. Misses up and in, ball 2.
Yeah, and 43 pitches now. Again, I mentioned earlier, he pitched 12 days ago in the Super Regionals. And, when you go to a big school like Mississippi State, you got to wonder, what's Mississippi State's manager saying to Coach Coombs? What's those phone calls like, hey, I only want this guy pitching this many innings, this many pitches? Because, 43 pitches isn't anything crazy in the world of baseball. But, when a guy's on a pitch limit, when a guy hasn't pitched in 12 days, when it's his first time, and you might want him again on Monday, there's so much that goes into, how long is he going to go?
And not only that, like what Harry said, the guy made 20 appearances, only 1 start. So is his cap 65 pitches? Is his cap 70? You don't want to outuse his arm when you want him extended throughout the whole summer possibly, especially getting him into, game 12 of the season.
Yeah, I'm sure with a young arm, Mississippi State's thinking this is a guy that you can transition into the starting lineup at the starters next season. The 3-0 home, misses in the dirt, so back-to-back 4-pitch walks, 8 balls straight. Coach Kevin Long is known for having a shorter leash with pitchers their first time around, and Teddy Regan's going to go take the visit, which could mean we have a pitching change on the horizon. Motioning towards the bullpen. Sure seems like it. The golf cart's going to come on out, so we'll step aside on NECBL Plus and have more on the next wing when we come back.
Every pitch, every hit, every moment that matters. From youth baseball to the professional leagues, this is where the next generation of players takes the field. The passion, the intensity, the pursuit of greatness. From future stars to unforgettable moments, every game tells a story, live and on demand all season long. Watch the future of the game unfold. Watch on HomeTeamLive.com.
Parker Rhodes. So from one Mississippi State Bulldog to another. Rhodes from Greenfield pitches at Mississippi State. You look at those college numbers, a 3.18 ERA across 11 1/3 innings pitched, 13 strikeouts to 6 walks. Very similarly, we saw all the Louisville arms throw in there in the, I believe, the second game of the season. And here tonight, it looks like maybe we get some of the Mississippi State boys.
Yeah, and it's like that had to have been almost a thought, get these guys going on the same night. So again, when you get Kyle Branch back, when the whole team's here and they all know each other, they get to know each other, you can throw any guy in whenever. That's the goal right now. But you get 2 Mississippi State guys, both making, I believe this is Rhodes' first appearance. So, good opportunity for the Gulls to see what they can do, but also some competitive arms on the mound.
Well, especially if you're looking at both of them as potential starters during this season. And it's actually something the Seattle Mariners have implemented a couple times this year in the MLB, where they'll throw 2 starters back-to-back, about 50 pitches or 4 innings, whatever comes first. Then they'll go to another starter for 3 or 4 innings, and then finally their closer in the 9th. So maybe something Newport's trying there. Get these guys both to that 50-plus pitch range and see how long they'll be able to go as the summer progresses.
Rhodes, also a freshman, made all 10 of his appearances out of the bullpen, a .205 batting average against. Switching over from the lefty Miller to the righty Rhodes, he inherits 2 runners on with no men out, so definitely not an easy position to come into, to say the least. He'll also be facing 3, 4, 5, and Garbowski, Donahue, Edmonds, as the Gulls cling to this 1-0 early lead. But the Empire, well, it's about to strike back, I guess you could say.
They're going to try to. Runners on first and second, Kyle Garbowski coming up. You said it earlier, with Danbury, when they're on the field with the red caps and the black shirts, they look like the Siths out there. I mean, it makes sense.
Runners go, a bunt attempt pulled back and watched for ball 1. Stern advancing over to third, Donahue into second safely. And now 2 men in scoring position with still no outs. Garbowski grounded into a fielder's choice his first time around. Newport's going to cut the infield up onto the grass. Flied backwards into the netting for strike 1.
Yeah, a lot went into that, bunt call, or might have been a fake bunt call, but you're coming onto the mound, it's your first time. You get a double steal on your first pitch, and the batter shows bunt. You're all over the place, and he's trying to throw a strike after 2 straight 4-pitch walks. So a lot of logic in there. Westerners have a good opportunity to take the lead.
The 1-1 in from Rhodes. Grounded softly, right side. Larson, the first baseman, has it. All the runners are going to have to stay put. Stern began to break towards the plate, but put on the brakes and retreats back to the third base bag. So an unproductive out from Garbowski for the first out of the inning.
That's one Garbowski's going to want back, because just rolled over that ball, hit it right into the dirt. Easy play at first for Carson. And it's a big out if you're on the mound, because a chance, if you can find one more, where try to send Danbury order down quiet here in the third.
That one gets to the backstop. Tejeda can't find it, and Stern's going to come in and score. The revenge of the Sith. The Westerners steal a run back, tie it up at 1s.
I'll tell you what, this is one unforgiving backstop, because it hits the wood behind it, and that ball kicks straight up, runs along the chainmail up to the netting. And Aiden Stern really didn't get a great jump over from third, watched that ball run up the netting, and then said, wait, I can go, and was able to nab the bag at home. But Danbury with some heads-up base running and a little bit of good fortune, able to tie this ball game up in the third, and threatening just one away at a runner 90 feet away.
Yeah, it looked like Tejeda, the catcher, almost ran into Andrews, the umpire there, so a lot of mismatch and really good decision. He hesitated at first, as you mentioned, but went all the way. You get a tied ball game now. Fly ball deep enough, gives them the lead just like that. Gulls trail after that explosive inning in the home run, so that's just how the game goes.
Strong response from Danbury. You really can't ask for much more after Newport punched first. The 1-0 with 1 out. Swing and a miss at the fastball.
This is a Danbury team. They've dropped 3 in a row. And speaking to the coaching staff before coming into this one today, they all said that as there's going to be a meeting between the umpires here. They all said that their base running is the most important thing that this team has needed to get going. And when you're on the base paths, get good jumps, get good leads, and find ways to advance. But wondering what the judgment is here between the umpires.
A quick conversation. Looks like we'll resume play. They might have been just checking the count, possibly. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Donahue, Gavin Donahue, the man off of third. His brother and Ronan at the dish trying to bring him home. The Gulls infield still up on the grass. The 1-1, swing and a miss for strike 2. Gets him to chase on the breaking ball.
Yeah, fastball coming here.
I'd have to agree to you. You just got that slider to run outside. You could throw away a pitch at 1-2, would expect fastball in at the hands.
Well, the weatherman says expect fastball. The 1-2, lined right back up the middle, through for a base hit. It's an RBI single for Ronan Donahue as he drives in his brother Gavin. And the Danbury Westerners, with the snappier fingers, jump back in front 2-1.
Well, didn't look like fastball there. Was a slider in, hands were great on it, infield was in. Maybe if they were back, he would have played on the backhand, but of course they're in to prevent the run. Did what he needed to do, drives his brother in, and just like that, it's a Westerners lead.
And looked like Rhodes was trying to work up and in, like we both said. You said it went to that slider, and maybe just that little bit of break brought it back into the zone. Donahue did well to fight it.
Runner takes off, throw down from Tejeda on a rope. Got him! Richard Tejeda, his first throwdown of the season is a success. He nabs Ronan Donahue for the second out of the inning.
I think if you're Danbury, now you're just getting a little bit too overzealous. You saw the base running kind of go your way in this inning, and you said, all right, we're going to try it again. Put that runner back in scoring position. But a great throw from behind the plate by Tejeda.
Definitely such a great mix of arms that Newport can work in behind the dish specifically. Adam Broski has one of the best arms in all of college baseball. He's so dangerous to run on with that cannon he has that he can throw down to second base. Richard Tejeda, obviously getting the start tonight, looks to be very promising as well. Fouled straight back off the wall for strike 2. So that might have helped settle Rhodes down just a little bit. Now just 1 pitch away from working out of his first inning of work.
And this seems like the first at-bat Rhodes has been able to actually have his own game going on. He had to take those 2 runners in who got to second and third automatically. He can really work here.
The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the breaking ball on the low and away corner, but Danbury responds. They lead 2-1. We head to the bottom of the third after this.
What makes a great team hat? It starts with a Z. For decades, Zephyr has been making the most iconic headwear in the game, trusted by teams, colleges, and pros. We cut out the middlemen and work directly with our manufacturers, so you get top quality, fast turnaround, and prices that make sense. From bold designs to unbeatable fit, Zephyr hats are built to match the quality of your team, right down to the last stitch. Zephyr Team Headwear, born from experience, built for teams that stand out.
Welcome back to Cardines Field. I'm Veronica Borelli, and joining us for his second year here at Newport is Colby Wallace. Wallace is coming off of his sophomore season at ECU, where he appeared and started in 62 games. Wallace was able to contribute with 10 home runs and 42 RBIs, and also appeared on the mound 13 times to show his versatility. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Veronica. We gear up for the home half of the third after scoring 1 in the bottom of the second. Can Newport keep the offense rolling the next time around? Both teams with 2 hits here tonight, but Danbury with the 1-run lead early on, trying to snap the losing streak. Newport trying to prevent it from becoming 2 straight after the loss to Ocean State, a game that they just fell behind from the get-go. After just 2 innings, it was 8-1, and it was all waves from there. The battle for the bridge. We need a name for Danbury versus Newport.
Man, I don't know.
Sleep on it. Let me know.
The next time these two teams meet 6 times this season. It's just the second, so we'll have a name for it.
We'll have a name for it. We're gonna trademark it, and we're gonna start selling merch.
Next time they're here is 2 Wednesdays from now, July 1st. I'll be on the call as well, so we'll have this crew back.
Always a pleasure to have Matt Clements in the booth. Noah Martinez, the first base coach. Teddy Regan coaching third here tonight. Also, the acting manager as well. Coach Mike Coombs serving his 1-game suspension after not being so friendly with the umpires yesterday. He had to face the consequences. Some confusion. It was a couple of confusing plays with the temporary fence out of Ocean State, and feelings boiled over.
You know, to make a comparison, it's maybe not the same level, but it's kind of what Dan Hurley does. You know, he has his trouble with the referees, but it's always in favor of his players, and he's always backing them up. And you always see those guys.
Yeah.
Dan Hurley is just, so hated on, but all his players are the most lovable guys. They play for him. That's what the Gulls teams have done the last few years, especially in those championship years. They played for Coombs. So, it almost builds trust. Even though you're missing a couple games of the year because you're ejected, your guys are playing for you.
Yeah, it's not a thing of malice coming from Coombs. It's a thing of love for his guys and saying, I'll fight for you. You guys got to fight for me on the field.
Exactly.
Newport trying to make the manager proud here tonight. The 3-0 to Gandy misses up. Ball 4. I was going to say Coombs got the standing ovation from his players yesterday on the walk out of the ballpark. You can really see how much they enjoy backing him up.
It's those old school unfiltered coaches kind of for some reason sit really well with the new generation of players, and it's I've had coaches like that. It's a really fun time.
So the leadoff man aboard for Newport, Tristan Salinas, now stepping in 1-for-1 today with a line drive single right back up the middle. Pops one up into shallow center field. Stern on the run, and it's down. The throw into second, not going to be in time. A single into center. That one with a little bit more air underneath it than Salinas' line drive in the first, but it gets the job done nonetheless. Could even see on the replay when he hit it, he thought he was going to be out, but you'll take that, and bumps the stats up a little bit as well. So back-to-back men aboard. Brings up Cade Brown. Yesterday had a 5-hit performance, struck out his first time up here tonight.
Maybe a little miscommunication out there in the outfield. It looked like Ronan Donahue was telling Stern to stay back, and then last second say, whoa, wait, no, never mind, come get it. Falls between them, but Salinas isn't going to care. He's 2 for 2.
Brown sawed off at the hands, pops it out of play and foul for strike 1. 43 pitches for Glenn Smith as he deals through his 3rd inning of work. Yet to record an out. Both pitchers, Smith and Miller, allowed their first 2 men aboard in both halves of the 3rd inning. Looking back at second, the 0-1 home. Misses low and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. And if you're Brown, you obviously want to be patient in a situation like this, still with no outs. You still want Smith to have to come to you. In worst case scenario, you just have to do something small with 2 strikes and try and advance the 2 runners both into scoring position. The 1-1. Lined right back up the middle and through. Regan giving Gandy the wave. The throw to the plate by Stern, not in time. Listen to this place erupt. Cade Brown with a single right back up the middle. And we're all knotted up in the bottom of the 3rd here in Newport.
If you're Cade Brown, you got exactly what you wanted. You knew Smith was having a little bit of trouble with the command here in the 3rd, so he gives you a pitch down the middle. Sit back on it, just put it right back up the middle for a base knock. You're going to score that runner from second all day.
Right on cue, we talked about the patience and just a ball that he squared up completely. It's exactly what you want to see. It's exactly what any hitting coach would say they want to see. Brown, that level swing, just using it to his advantage. Braxton Trammell, the lefty, digs in and waves at the low and away breaking ball for strike 1.
On the question on the defensive side now, if you're Danbury, you saw Newport have the short leash. Does Connor Farrell and the Westerners kind of tell Glenn here, just keep it in the back pocket if we need to switch things up?
Still no outs. Trammell watches one belt high for strike 2.
The Gulls didn't go with this approach. The Westerners had first and second. They did the bunt double steal. Yep. Gulls let their 3-hole hitter hit, and of course they're going to let their cleanup guy hit. If this was a different part of the order, I maybe would have said come in, try to bunt him over. But I really like what they did there with Cade Brown. Let him hit, and he proved why.
Teddy Regan and Coach Coombs, the entire hitting staff for Newport isn't really big on bunting. Even in the extra innings we've seen so far, they've played 4 extra innings. They've only shown bunt once. So they're in favor of letting the guys hit. They believe in having them swing the bat and have to get it done that way.
And I wonder if that's also another, you want these college coaches want their guys to progress. And if you're watching the game and you have your big guy up in the 3-hole and he's bunting, you're probably like, Coach, what are you doing? Let my guy hit.
The 0-2 is smoked foul, right side, right over the warehouse. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that changes at all as we move closer to playoff time.
It did last year. Now that you say it, I remember last year, you let your guys hit. This is almost like the spring training weeks. But once it got late July into August, guys were doing whatever for the team. And you also want to do because you grow with these guys, and it becomes more than just, you're playing to get better. You're playing for your, brothers.
Trammell flies one into left. Working on over is Link and wrapping it in leather for the first out of the inning. Salinas and Cade Brown both staying put. Caden Cloud now up to the dish. He had a similar situation to this in Wednesday's night contest. 2 runners on, and that ended with a 3-run blast over the right center field wall. Boy, oh boy, would Newport love if he could replicate that.
Well, I know when these two teams met back on June the 8th over in Danbury, Caden Cloud was one of the guys
that was his debut,
you were very high on, and he had a very solid performance that night over at Rogers Park. Has continued to impress already for Newport out of the University of Kentucky. Can have a big impact now and try to put the Gulls back out in front.
Grounded left side. Rivera has it. Throw to second. Takes Ronan Donahue off the bag, but he's able to recover in time to at least secure the 1 out as Cade Brown is out advancing. So runners on the corners with 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd.
Looked like Rivera just rushed that throw. He saw the speed coming from Cloud and tried to force a double play. Ball, zip it in the second. Ronan Donahue, though, how about the heads-up play? Makes the grab, has to dive off the bag, and then snaps it down with the glove to make sure to get that out. So now if you're 2 away, Glenn Smith still a soft ground ball out of getting out of this inning.
Well, Glenn Smith must be fighting nightmares out there right now. Brandon Larson, a guy that took him 410 feet his last time around, standing in. Watches ball 1, low and away. Never easy to attack a batter that has your number early, but obviously if you're Smith, you have to remember you just missed with 1 pitch that he was able to get a good hold of. Can't be afraid to attack the zone. 2 outs with runners on the corners. The 1-0 misses in the dirt for ball 2. Salinas stands off 3rd. Caden Cloud over at 1st. You wonder if we'll see any action to try and move both runners into scoring position with Cloud trying to nab second base, or do they let Larson keep on hitting?
I thought that might have been his opportunity, ball in the dirt. He probably should have took off right there and you have 2nd and 3rd, but again, you could try to maybe work throughout the count, try to get almost Smith worrying about the runner on first, even though he should only be worrying about the batter in this situation.
2-0, tap backwards foul, 2 balls, 1 strike.
And like you were saying, if you're Glenn Smith, the guys on the base paths don't matter. You need to get 1 out. You're going to fight a guy who got long ball back in the 2nd. Just find your way around, see if you can find this out at the plate.
Watches strike 2 in the outer lower part of the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 men aboard.
Now, how much do you trust that off-speed pitch that we were talking about earlier? Do you, again, try to run fastball up and away?
I mean, that was a good 2-1 pitch right there. I wouldn't mind low off-speed right here.
The 2-2, Cloud takes off, breaking ball misses up, back pick over to 3rd into the left field grass. Salinas is going to come in and score. Cloud moving into 3rd safely. Disaster for Danbury.
So went with the curveball up, and then Mowry in his 3rd baseman Rivera just not on the same page. I don't know if that was a design back pick to 3rd base, but he wasn't even at the bag. Soared over his glove, a high throw, and that was a disastrous play. That manager Connor Frau can't like that.
That's happened a couple times for Danbury this season. Colin Mowry's aggressive with the ball in his hand. He wants to try to get as many runners as possible, try to do it all himself there.
The 3-2 misses away ball 4. Back-to-back balls from Glenn Smith. Give Brandon Larson the free pass and hands it off to Peter Mershon.
That's a situation now. You, Colin Mowry, you are an experienced backstop. You're a power 4 guy. You're going to want that back. Just a little too overzealous. Wanted to try to get that out himself. It sails into left field. Newport's not going to care. They manufactured themselves another run and take a lead 3-2.
I'll say I've heard the word overzealous used 3 times this year on broadcast, all courtesy of you, Luca. And
I like that word.
I'm a big fan.
I like the word, man.
Dude, I got to add that to the vocabulary. Trust me, by the end of the season, I'm going to be climbing up the leaderboard, the overzealous leaderboard.
Pull out the thesaurus and see what you can come up with.
No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Men on the corners. Mershon chases down low for strike 2. A 3-2 ball game in the bottom of the 3rd. Mershon 0 for 0 tonight. Walked his last time up. Smith trying to work out of the inning. The 0-2, breaking ball, misses low and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And again, if you're Glenn Smith, now limit the damage. 2 runs in this inning. You're down by 1 again. But those Danbury bats showed that they can fight you back into a ball game. A lot of time left in this one here at Cardinals.
The 1-2 home, breaking ball, high and in. Back-to-back pitches that were opposite ends of the plate. 1 in the dirt, low and away. 1 almost catching Mershon on the face mask, up and in.
Yeah, I want to see a fastball here on 2-2. You cannot go resort back to the off-speed pitch here. I mean, I got to assume fastball somewhere, maybe on the inner half.
The 2-2, breaking ball inside again. Yeah. 3 breaking balls in a row for Smith, all of them unable to find the zone.
I get what he's trying to do, but when you've thrown 3 in a row and you haven't really got them, it doesn't make sense. Now you're in a 3-2 hole again, and if you walk them here, you get the bases loaded. So, you know, I would like to see him go with fastball pitch earlier there.
Larson, pickoff move over towards first. Back in safely. Brandon Larson will be taking off on the pitch.
You know, I'm going to be crazy. I'm going to say you go breaking ball again.
If you don't go
low and out.
You know, sometimes it's saying 3rd time's the charm. Sometimes it's 4th time the charm.
He's gotten it to work a couple times tonight. Hasn't worked in this at-bat yet, but
is Smith going to quadruple down on it or will he go fastball? The payoff pitch, Larson goes, fly ball into right center field. At the wall and looking up is Stern. Out of here! Peter Mershon, a 3-run blast. Newport has broken things open in the bottom of the 3rd.
Well, I said he was going to go curveball, right? But he leaves it over the plate, and Peter Mershon's going to send that to another galaxy.
And that's such poise right there from Mershon. 3 curveballs in a row. You know what it looks like, but you don't even know what to expect, and he leaves one up. Be able to stay back on that, put it to right center field, another right center field home run here at Cardines, and that's going to end the day for Glenn Smith.
The force has awakened in the home half of the 3rd. It's going to be a pitching change for Danbury with 2 outs. More on the new arm when we come back on any CBL Plus. Well, Danbury, after going up 2-1, now falling behind courtesy of a 5-run bottom of the third from Newport. That 3-run blast from Peter Mershon really putting a cherry on top of things, but they're not done just yet. A righty out there for Danbury, and with more, Luca Mucciardi.
And Cole Kachanowicz going to come in, the 6'1 junior from Lehigh. Last pitched actually on Wednesday evening in an 8-3 loss against the North Shore Navigators, just through a third of an inning, recorded an out and came out of that ball game. But you see it there on your screen, an 0-1 record, an ERA above 10 in 1 2/3 innings so far, 3 walks on the season for him. And now empty base paths after Newport absolutely jumped on Glenn Smith here in the third to blow this one open to 6-2.
Both starting pitchers definitely had a lot of decline during that third inning, but the Newport Gulls pitching staff just had a little bit of a tighter leash. Danbury was willing to let Glenn Smith try and work his way out of it, and well, that one comes back to bite. He had 2 strikes to Brandon Larson the at-bat before walking the 6-hole hitter, and 2 strikes to Peter Mershon. It was an 0-2 count. Missed with the breaking ball, missed with the breaking ball, missed with the breaking ball. One ends up finding the zone, and well, Mershon makes him regret it. The Newport Gulls pitching staff having some fun with the hacky sack out in left field. We found out last time with courtesy of our cameraman that Zane Stahl is very good at hacky sack. He has that 6'7" frame, and he's just able to get to a lot of balls near the ground. I think it gives him more reach, but they'll retreat back to the bullpen as Kochanowicz is done with his warm-up pitches, and Richard Tejeda stands on in. He had that throw down to second base during the last half inning, 0-for-1 with a fly out here today.
You ever join in on the hacky sack during the road trips?
We have some intern hacky sack at home. I haven't jumped in on the hacky sack at the road. When you go to Sanford, you'll find out they have signs that say no hacky sack.
Yep.
They're no fun. I was telling some people it felt like I was in Footloose there. First you ban dance, now you ban hacky sack? I didn't know what to do. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch to Tejeda almost catches him in on the hands, 2-0.
You sure it's not movie night at the Cardines today? Star Wars, Footloose.
We got everything.
Man. Gonna have trouble picking what I'm gonna watch on the bus ride home.
There you go. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. A swing and a miss on the breaking ball.
But if you're Kachanowicz going into this situation, you're going in with no pressure. You're saying, all right, 6-2 ball game, I got to find 1 out, no one on. You can attack this hitter however you want in Tejeda.
A nice way to sort of ease into your relief appearance. 2-1 at the letters. Tejeda watches it for strike 2. So for the 3rd consecutive batter, it's 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The last 2 times haven't worked in Danbury's favor, but as we were saying, 3rd time's the charm. The 2-2 in, kicks and deals. Popped up left side, moving towards the wall is Rivera, but watching it out of play. So we'll do it again.
Yeah, he has a pitch to waste right here. Going to see, maybe try to ring him with the fastball high, or what you said earlier, what we didn't do, curveball outside, maybe low and outside, try to get out of the inning that, has done so much damage already.
And you got to make sure you get that out of the zone, though. Low and well away. See if you can fan on something.
The 2-2 popped right side now. Garbowski, the first baseman, towards the fence, behind the dugout, unable to haul it in.
And that ball actually stayed in the field of play, something that it's pretty hard to do on a high fly ball here in Newport, but
yeah, that's a difficult corner to have to catch between the away dugout with the fence that begins to cut in towards the warehouse. Definitely not in battling the sun as well. Not an easy catch for Garbowski. So we'll do the 2-2 for the 3rd time in a row. Tejeda stands in. Kochanowicz on the mound. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So after a 5-run bottom of the 3rd, Kochanowicz able to come in and grab the 3rd out of the inning. 6-2, Newport leads the top of the 4th. Up next.
Every pitch, every hit, every moment that matters. From youth baseball to the professional leagues, this is where the next generation of players takes the field. The passion, the intensity, the pursuit of greatness. From future stars to unforgettable moments, every game tells a story, live and on demand all season long. Watch the future of the game unfold. Watch on HomeTeamLive.com.
Back from Cardines Field, the Newport Gulls back out to a 6-2 lead. Luca Macciardi on the play-by-play. Now, Harry, I got to say, one of the things you told me coming to Cardines, you said on Fridays the Gulls wear orange, right?
Yeah.
We were talking about the jersey matchups. First off, love the orange jerseys.
Phenomenal.
Fantastic. But you know what I really love? Those Zephyr hats that the Gulls have on their head.
Don't get me started.
It's the official on-field cap of the NECBL, also known as the Z-Hats. Zephyr is the authentic college hat with over 800 colleges. It channels that same energy and creativity into building custom hats of all types for pro sports teams, clothing brands, and companies everywhere. Make sure to pick up your Newport Gulls or your Danbury Westerners official on-field cap today.
I remember being a young Padawan and all the other aspiring Jedis all wanted their lightsabers, but me, I just wanted a Zephyr cap, man. And I'm still waiting to get one here in Newport. I got to get my Gulls hat, but Danbury with some nice hats as well. You know, it's simplistic, but they got You told me you had one.
I got listen. I told you I bring mine with me to every game.
There we go. He's got the black cap.
One. They're wearing the red one today, but you always keep it on. You can see the Newport one there, the orange one, the blue brim, the white in the front. I got my Danbury hat with me, but
very nice.
Fantastic stuff. Zephyr does a great job, and you gotta love the uniform combinations in the NECBL.
Oh, definitely, and yeah, Danbury just playing right into the Empire here tonight with the black and the red. Just feel like I'm watching a bunch of Darth Vaders out there.
I love it. Well, Newport going to come back out a 6-2 lead now. And Parker Rhodes in for his second inning of action after taking over for the starter in Maddox Miller.
Yeah, Rhodes was able to really settle things down. The two men that did work aboard did end up scoring, but after that, kept things at sea.
They'll face Maury, Martin, Link, 6, 7, 8 in the Danbury order as they look to respond after a 5 spot in the third from the Gulls. Rhodes will bring home first offering, and Maury fans and misses for strike one.
We've seen a lot of mix-up, not only from Miller to start, but Rhodes going fastball, breaking ball, back and forth. I feel like we've seen a lot of breaking balls all together here tonight.
It's definitely been a mix, but more off-speed from these pitchers so far, especially on the side of Newport. And the 0-1 home. A laser toward third, eaten up by Trammell. Throw across the diamond, and he'll make the play for the first out.
A tremendous job of just sticking with that one. Had to eat it right in the gut, but ends up right in front of him. That's what the coaches tell you. Just take it in, have it at your feet, and delivers the strong strike over to first for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, that was a shot by Maury right there. That's a great job. Just, knocking it down is the best thing you can do right there. Playing it with your gloves, almost impossible at the hot corner right there. Stayed with it, like you said. It's a good first out.
It's kind of like playing goalie in hockey, right? Just take one off the chest protector, drop down into the butterfly, and cover it up. You can make the throw on over, but Trammell does a good job. Ryan Martin steps in and takes the first pitch upstairs for ball one. Was hit by a pitch in the second. 1-0 runs away, and it's quickly 2 balls and no strikes to the Dallas Baptist senior Ryan Martin.
And if you're the Newport pitching staff now with a bigger lead on things, obviously you're going to be more comfortable out there, just a little bit more to work with, not afraid to attack the zone.
A fly ball, that'll go foul. No, 6-2 lead. You can really just go at these guys and see what goes your way, what's working, what's not. Is Danbury sitting off speed? Are they able to catch up to the fastball? They've been an off-speed team offensively so far this season. Count 2-1. Kicks and deals. A broken bat, that one will go up the middle. Played down by Gandy, throw across, that's in time. And quickly 2 away via the ground out.
I thought the bat was going to reach Gandy before the baseball on that one. Broken off right at the hands. A masterful pitch on the inner third by Rhodes, and Gandy not distracted by the flying branches across the field, able to stick with it and deliver the strike over to first.
Well, if you're Ryan Martin, is that a sign of an expensive summer coming up?
We've seen a lot of broken bats here in Newport. And I know, Matt, you're just obviously at the home games, but when I'm on the road, it doesn't happen as much. Here, it's insane.
Link, a half-hearted swing. He's going to have to beat out a tough one. Gandy, pick up, throw, in time. How about the Newport Gulls? They sit Danbury down 1-2-3 in the fourth. Their offense will go back to work, looking to extend a 4-run lead. Live from the Guardians, it's the Gulls and the Westerners on NECBL+.
Most people spend their time trying to fit in. Not me. I want to be all in. I want to be in too deep, in the moment, in the center of it all, in the room where it happens. In it to make a difference every single moment of every single day. So grit your teeth and smile. Be ready to take on adversity. Be ready to transform the world. Ready for whatever life has in store. So, you in?
The motoring event of the year returns. The All Dream Newport Concours and Motor Week, October 1st through 4th. Witness breathtaking automobiles against the stunning backdrop of coastline and historic venues. From celebrated events like the Gathering and Concours d'Elegance to the all-new supercar and hypercar Concours, and free access to the Concours Village. There's something for all to enjoy. Join us in our chair Jay Leno in celebrating automotive excellence, luxury, and community. Tickets on sale now.
Cole Kochanowicz back on the mound for the Danbury Westerners as the Newport order comes back up 9-1-2. Legenza, Gandy, and Salinas looking to build off a very positive third inning in which the Gulls were able to put home 5 runs on this Danbury side, puts them in this commanding 6-2 lead.
Yeah, Legenza the only man not to get to step up to the dish in that dominant 5-run bottom of the third. We'll see if he can keep the offense rolling now. Back-to-back frames where they've been on the board, but obviously a 4-run lead is nice, but you want to try and expand that as much as possible, especially on a night where the bats just seem to be being swung really well.
And on a night where it seems like if you weren't here 30 minutes before first pitch, at least you weren't going to find a seat at Cardines Field. An absolutely packed-out crowd taking in some Newport Gulls baseball as we hit golden hour here in Newport. Sun's starting to head down, and you get that beautiful, beautiful sunset. It'll be the 9-hole hitter. Mason Legenza comes in 0 for 1 today, struck out back in the second. The guy we were speaking about out of the University of Pittsburgh, so much talent, and looking for his impact moment so far for the summer. Swings and misses on the first offering for strike 1.
Yeah, and he just needs that confidence booster, whatever it may be, an extra base hit, maybe even a long ball that just kind of, it proves to himself, hey, I mean, I know I'm here for a reason, and then you can just expect the offensive numbers to keep on flooding in.
5 hits and 5 ribbies so far for him this season. So 0-1 comes home. Slider that catches in, and Kochanowicz finds himself ahead 0-2. On the other side for Danbury, and a guy, Cole Kochanowicz, just 1 2/3 innings so far on the season. This is his 5th appearance, but has really just been a situation guy. Now coming into a role as a middle reliever tonight where this Westerners team wants him to eat up some innings as he gets the fan and a miss for strike 3. So good morning, good afternoon, and good night to Legenza for the first out of the 4th.
Yeah, working low and inside. That's how Legenza went down his first time up. Does it again.
Brings up Gus Gandy, walked when he came up in the 3rd, led off that inning, and came around to score.
Gandy made a couple fine plays last half inning, especially when that broken bat came at him. Really, really good player.
Effective on the offensive and defensive side of the ball so far tonight for Newport. And first pitch is up at the letters for ball 1.
Yeah, he really is somewhat of a 5-tool guy. He can hit for contact. He's great in the field, has a tremendous arm. He can make plays ranging to his left, has the speed to get to his right. Of course, has the wheels as well to steal bags, and he has a lot of power, especially for his frame.
2 home runs on the season already. Takes that pitch low and away and moves ahead to a hitter's count, 2 balls, no strikes. Those 2 home runs, or 1 home run, though, 2 home runs. I'm correct. Tied for second on the team, along with Cole Johnson and Caden Cloud. Johnson not in the lineup tonight for Newport. So Kachanowicz brings home a 2-0, and that one hits Gandy on the hip. 1 out base runner for Newport.
Any way you can, Gus Gandy, back-to-back times being able to reach the first base bag, and it sets up this dangerous middle part of the order for Newport to have a man on board that they can try and work around and score to keep growing this lead.
It's a decent spot to get hit right there, kind of on the lower hip, maybe hit the stomach right there. You know, there might be a bruise later, but, you know, there's definitely worse places to get hit, especially on your arm, like the elbow, forearm, the hand. So
I was going to say, that's one that you can kind of just firm, and shake it off, rub some dirt on it, you're all good. So Gandy will take his lead from first. First pitch into Tristan Salinas, runs away for ball 1.
Morocco, Scotland just went final, 1-0 Morocco. They scored in the second inning and just parked the bus from there. That was it. The second minute.
Second minute, there we go.
Inning. Jeez.
The USA getting their win earlier today, 2-0. Out in Seattle, so they advance in the World Cup. Here's a ground ball through the goal on the right side. That's a base hit. Rounding second, trying to extend the third is Gandy. There won't be a play. The throw gets over Rivera, but no advancement at first. Tristan Salinas with a base knock, and that'll put men on the corners with just 1 away for Cade Brown.
That's a hit and run to perfection. You see Gandy begin to take off. He takes Ronan Donahue to the bag with him, and Salinas just pulls a ground ball hard through into the right field grass. Exactly how you drew it up if you're Teddy Regan and the hitting staff.
So now runners at the corners, Gandy on third, Salinas on first, and Cade Brown coming up. 1 for 2 today, an RBI single in the third, struck out in the first.
Salinas' 3rd hit of the day.
3 for 3 with 3 base knocks.
A guy that just really loves using the force every now and then.
The first pitch home, the Browns, swing and a miss, wanted it all and got none of it for strike 1. And, you know, I've been doing this thing with the Danbury coaching staff. I asked them something to tell, a word for me to say or a phrase on every broadcast. Just so happened that when they found out it was Star Wars night, they had their fun. So we were talking earlier before the game. We did some social media content together, the 3 of us, as that pitch is taken for a strike. And we asked, you know, what Star Wars character we would have on our baseball team and where they would play. So we had an answer. You said Yoda, right? Matt, you said Darth Vader. And I said the guy that the intern is dressed up as down the right field line, Chewbacca.
Chewbacca.
Which happens to be the word that the coaching staff wanted me to use today. As that pitch runs inside to Cade Brown for a ball.
I think Brandon Larson, who had that solo shot, is very Chewbacca-esque.
I think
he probably stands around 6'6", 240.
That's exactly what I was going with.
Maybe Chewie's got a little bit more height to him, but he could definitely. I don't know if Chewie could also hit a baseball 411 feet. Maybe he could hit it further. I don't know. I haven't seen him swing the lumber at all, but Larson really connected on that one.
1-2. Brown flares that foul to the netting.
Yeah, that was a fun question. You know, I liked putting Yoda behind the dish. Just feel like that's someone you want to captain your team out there.
I thought you were going to say so he can, use the force to pull the ball back into the strike zone.
He can, a changeup is it's like a knuckleball with him. It's just his favorite pitch to move around.
Who needs a frame job when he can just will it into the zone?
Yeah.
We'll do it again. 1-2. Kachanowicz dealing home the Brown, but first a pickoff and head first back into the bag of Salinas.
Although Yoda would give all of his pitching signs backwards, which would be really confusing if you're on the mound, I would think, right?
Well, there's pitch com now, right? You can give Yoda a pitch com.
Fastball Yoda says.
Yeah, does it do it in the Yoda voice? 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 away, men on the corners. Kachanowicz kicks and deals. Well outside on the heater.
Our producer, Sorka, says she wants Han Solo on the mound because you need a gunslinger out there. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
That one has me chuckling up here.
You got 8 innings out of Darth Vader, and then you go to the bullpen, Han Solo comes out.
Han Solo is straight shortstop vibes, though. He's the cool kid on the block. Everybody loves him. He's going to bat leadoff.
2-2. This one out toward the gap in right center. Giving chase, and that one's high off the fence. 1 run will score from third. Salinas stretching from first to third, rounding the dish, coming home. Bang, bang, play. He's in safely and pulling into third with an extended double is Cade Brown. Newport jumps out 8-2.
Everybody getting in on the action here tonight. Cade Brown, they've loved that right side, and he puts this one to the deepest part of the ballpark off that right center field wall, just left of the ivy. 2 runs coming in to score. Aggressive send by Teddy Regan with Tristan Salinas, but he beats it by just a step. The Newport lead just continuing to grow now. 3 straight innings where they're on the board.
2 RBI double for Cade Brown. And this is an 8-2 Gulls lead as the first pitch into Braxton Tremmel is taken for ball 1. And then how about the heads-up base running to advance from second to third on the throw home. And now Newport, another run just 90 feet away. Only 1 away here in the 4th.
Love that decision from Ted Regan to send him all the way. You already have the lead. You can't lose it. Kind of caught the second baseman, Donahue, off. I don't think he was expecting to turn around and see a runner come to the plate. So that 1 second delay allowed Salinas to score. And now you get a 6-run lead. Really comfortable, but, it's the NECBL. Don't get too comfortable.
Anything can happen. So a long way to go here, bottom of the 4th. But it's been a fantastic last inning and change for the Newport Gulls. Put up 7 runs since the start of the 3rd. That pitch misses low, and it's quickly 3-0 to Tremmel.
I think if you're Danbury, you're looking for somewhat of a new hope.
Are you keeping a tally at this point?
I had to look. I didn't remember all the names, so I had to look them up. I feel like we've mentioned all. I don't know how to fit Phantom Menace into something, but
you need like a crazy play or something. Like that's. I feel like that's the way that happens. Like the wind takes a ball from fair to foul, and it's like a phantom pushed it.
I like that.
3-0. Well outside a 4-pitch walk for Braxton Tremmel. And we'll see if Danbury decides to have a chat with Cade Kachanowicz here. Looks like they will. Well, you mentioned A New Hope now. You said Force Awakens, right?
Yes, the Force has awakened.
You said
yes.
The Empire Strikes Back. We used that.
We need Attack of the Clones. We said Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the Sith happened. Well, you know what? You're going to get a little bit of a break here because the pitching
we'll
change
think
coming
about it.
from
We'll
Danbury.
get the gears turning.
Get the gears turning, and we'll figure out a way to get more Star Wars references in the broadcast if you folks at home aren't tired already. New arm for Danbury on the other side of this break. Gulls lead 8-2 here from Cardines Field.
Stadionic's primary goal is to maximize fan safety and amplify the fan experience so that you or your client get exactly what you envision.
Welcome into beautiful Chapel Hill, North Carolina. It's downright gorgeous.
Back from Cardines Field, 8-2, Newport leads, and Danbury's going to turn to their 3rd pitcher of the night. I think Alex Payne's going to be on the mound feeling like the last Jedi if you're for the Danbury Westerners. The lefty coming into this ball game out of Lafayette College.
Hey, I warned the fans in the open. There's going to be a lot of corny jokes here tonight.
You gave me the opportunity, and now I'm just going to run with it. Yeah. So we'll keep it going. But Alex Payne, his 5th appearance of the summer, 4 innings of work, 5 strikeouts in that time so far, 4 walks at a 0 ERA. Has been a fantastic arm out of the Danbury bullpen, and we'll look for more of that after it seems like the Newport Gulls can do whatever they want over the last inning or so. 7 runs coming home in the last inning and a 3rd.
And obviously the bats for Newport have been tremendous, but if you're Alex Payne out of the bullpen, you have no choice but to pound the zone. The last thing you want to be is like a stormtrooper, and all you're going to do is miss. And then, free passes from there. There's no defense for that.
Well, Caden Cloud's going to come up 0 for 2 today, and he'll be looking to send one to Cloud City. Yes, that's another Star Wars one.
Love
Get
it.
that one in. First pitch home is taken for a strike from Payne, and it's 0-1. Braxton Tremel on first after a 4-pitch walk. Cade Brown on third after his 2 RBI hit. That extended this Newport lead to where it is now, 8-2. Payne pickoff back to first, nothing doing.
Yeah, for the Gulls here, I want to see Tremel on the run. You already have a lead, prevent the double play ball, but if you're Payne, try to get a double play ball. Get yourself out of this inning where you've let up another run, put something on the ground, and that's their goal.
0-1. In the dirt, did he go? No, he did not, says the first place umpire J.C. Fernandez, and it's 1-1. One thing Danbury has been able to utilize on their side base running, but also where they've been hurt, is runners on the corners, one away. If you send that runner Trammell on first and get the throw down, you might get a chance for Cade Brown to try to score from third. Another pickoff move, and you can say that Alex Payne is weary of that, trying to keep that runner over tagged on the bag in Braxton Trammell.
Yeah, you still want to, as Matt said, keep that double play ball in order. Still only 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning.
1-1 comes home. Taken on the upper corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes in the Caden Cloud. A man out of the University of Kentucky. Looking to try to add on to this Newport lead. A runner just 90 feet away. Payne's job to limit the damage. 1-2. In the dirt, did he go? Yes, he did. Mowry will not throw down, so that'll allow Trammell to move from first to second. And there's 2 away.
Cloud, not a fan of that one, but we'll take a look at the replay. I think he might have got away with his first check swing, so it evens out a little bit. Close one. He tried to hold the hands. Looks like he went right there as we slow it down, so Caden Cloud down swinging.
So Caden Cloud goes down via the K, and Brendan Larson, on what's already been an effective day, comes back up 1 for 1 rather. A walk in the third and that 413-foot moonshot in the second. And I got the scoring started for Newport. First pitch curveball. He has to turn away from it for ball 1.
That first home run of his, we've heard that it landed on Tatooine. Got all the way out there.
We're rolling now. We're rolling. 1 ball, no strikes into the power swinging Larson. A half-hearted go. Yes, he did go around, and it's 1-1.
Alex Payne really confusing the timing of some of these Newport Gulls batters. We've seen 3 half-offered attempts already from Caden Cloud and Brandon Larson alone.
Payne shakes off the first call from Mowry and now gets his sign. Fires in from the stretch. Low and away. 2-1. The count moves to Brandon Larson with Cade Brown on third, Braxton Trammell on second, and a 6-run cushion. 8 runs on 7 hits in this ball game for the Newport Gulls. Looking for their 6th win on the young season. Pitch home. Misses inside, middle in.
Peter Mershon, another home run man, looms on deck. Not someone you want to see with the bases loaded, obviously, if you're Danbury.
3-run homer of his own in the third. Payne comes home, 3-1 hitters count. Ripped into left field. Link makes a diving effort, and he has the grab to retire the side. Peter Link makes a great play out in left field, but Newport adds on 2 more. 8-2 goals through 4 here on NECBL+.
Every pitch, every hit, every moment that matters. From youth baseball to the professional leagues, this is where the next generation of players takes the field. The passion, the intensity, the pursuit of greatness. From future stars to unforgettable moments, every game tells a story, live and on demand all season long. Watch the future of the game unfold. Watch on HomeTeamLive.com.
How about the kids racing along the base paths here in Newport?
Oh,
Gotta
don't
love the
worry.
funny
We got
games.
the goalie race in the 7th inning, which is like even bigger. That's like our crown jewel here.
That's the big one?
You're going to want to stay tuned for that one.
I'm excited. So what you're telling me is the 7th inning here in Newport's got a lot going on, because you got me excited when you were out in Danbury. I'm expecting a trivia question.
Oh, we have a trivia question.
I got the text last night that said, study up on your ball knowledge. Get ready.
Today is worth double points because we were unable to get it done in Ocean State yesterday due to some technical difficulties. We're sorry for anyone trying to tune into yesterday's broadcast. When we were on the road in Ocean State, we were unable to get the back half of that game to you in a eventual 16-12 win for the Ocean State Waves. But Newport responding really nicely here tonight.
8 runs, 7 hits through the first 4 innings of this ball game. We've entered the middle part of this one, and Danbury has a long way to go. Going to have a lot go their way through these back innings. It starts here in the 5th, 9-1-2 in the order. Rivera, Stern, Donahue due up. And how about the job on the mound coming in relief from Parker Rhodes, who goes through the 4th inning, 1-2-3 on 3 straight ground balls.
Yeah, and I think the way you put it, if they just can't start scoring the top half of these innings, it's going to be like light speed, you know? They're just going to start flying on by. We're traveling galaxies and galaxies. Do you think, similar to the traffic you had getting in today, is there any traffic ever in Star Wars?
There's got to be, right? If I'm on the Millennium Falcon, right, do I have a GPS on there? Like, how do I know? Like,
this way's quicker. You got to take the back roads sometimes.
How many light years am I traveling to get from Tatooine to Hoth? Like, how far is that?
I don't know. Yeah, you don't want to be on the roads from like 4 to 6, that's for sure.
The first pitch in the Rivera is taken for strike 1. Well, 4 to 6, like number 46 on the mound for the Newport Gulls and Parker Rhodes.
Yeah, Rhodes really has been strong out of the bullpen, just eating up these middle innings. Newport, you need to save arms. 5th game in 5 days.
Oh, 1 taken well outside. It's 1-1. That's one of the interesting things about the way the scheduling works here in the NECBL and how often these teams play. The travel, of course, Newport with that, Monday, Wednesday, Friday at home, and then they travel the other days of the week. So you never really get a chance to kind of settle in and play, 2 or 3 in a row at home, 2 or 3 in a row on the road.
Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse because obviously you have that routine, which isn't only great for the players to settle into that week by week basis, but you also, the fans know as well.
Rivera won the short on the 1-hop. Gandy throw across. It takes the man off the bag, and Rivera's going to be in on the E6, a leadoff base runner for Danbury in the 5th.
Not a mistake you see very often by Gus Gandy, the sure-handed shortstop. Just skying a ball a little too high, a little too far down the first base line and out of the reach of Brandon Larson.
Yeah, that's just what we call a pure error right there. There's nothing off against the fundamentals. That was a clear ground ball right to him. He fielded it well, even rounded his body up well. The arm must have just released it a little bit earlier right there. Really not something that, Gandy just has to get past that one. It's not really something he can work on right there. He makes that play 9 out of 10 times. That time, lets it fly, and it's a rare error for him.
Stern shows bunt and pulls back 1-0. Was about to ask, maybe Noel Rivera try to see if he can extend from first to second on a stolen bag here, but looks like Danbury will keep the small ball via the Stern bunt. He's 1 for 1, a single, a walk, a stolen base.
When you have wheels on first and wheels at the plate, that can cause a lot of chaos.
1-1, up and away.
That was Gandy's first error of the season. 45 total chances so far, though. So like you said, one that he is not used to making, just has to flush it. Goldfish memory, pipeline, as they like to say.
I take it with a grain of salt. 2 balls, no strikes. Into Stern. Pick off back to first. And that one's taken away safely. You were talking about the amount I've said overzealous in our short time broadcasting together as being our 2nd game, but it's the 2nd time you mentioned goldfish memory. And I know that because I'm a Ted Lasso fan, and that clip came up on my phone earlier today, actually.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of just flushing it and keep on going,
Especially something, literally, like I said, that's just the definition of an error. He just made a mistake.
Yeah, that's the beauty of baseball is you can come up one at-bat and strike out on 3 pitches, and the next at-bat, put one out of the ballpark. It's just the polar opposites that this game is capable of.
Stern draws a 4-pitch walk, and there's 2 aboard now here in the 5th for Danbury.
Very similar situation to what we saw with Maddox Miller. A great first 2 innings, but that 3rd inning let back-to-back runners on base. And you have to wonder if Newport wants to hold on to this complete 6-run lead if they go to the bullpen sooner rather than later.
And Gavin Donahue comes up 0 for 1. Came home to score after walking, stole a bag as well. One half of the Donahue pairing out of Sacred Heart. A steal from second to third. There won't be a throw down, so Noel Rivera gets himself to 90 feet away.
Tejeda not even trying to force that throw to third, especially with the right-handed batter. You'd have to go around the body of him. You know, God forbid you overthrow, sail that throw. You're up 6 runs. Let him get there. A double play up the middle might score one, but you can still get 2 outs on a ground ball.
Well, no, Donahue swinging for the fences and comes up empty. And it looked like Stern wanted to double steal there, didn't get the jump he wanted, so it said, I'm going to stay on the bag.
And it was a really strong jump by Rivera. You could tell he was definitely picking up earlier on how often Rhodes looks back at that second base bag. He was already halfway down the line.
Stern goes this time as Donahue hits one into center field. That'll find grass for a base hit, and it's mishandled by Legenza. Rivera will score. Stern advances to third on the hit and run, an RBI single for Gavin Donahue, and it's an 8-3 ball game.
Just a good, simple piece of hitting. Gavin Donahue right back up the middle. A few feet in front of Legenza, gets the job done, scores 1. Advances Stern over to third, and Danbury back in business. We saw how dangerous this offense can be in the top of the 3rd, scoring 2. And they want to inch back right here, chip away at that lead a little bit, still threatening with no outs and 2 men on.
And it looks like you're going to get a meeting on the mound. This might do it for Parker Rhodes' day.
With Long going out there, we're not sure. Pitching coach Long typically just a visit. It's usually, it would be Coombs today, Regan if it was a pitching change. But we'll see. It could always be a substitution.
Yeah, I'd love a conversation here too, because you know Donahue, he might be thinking to take off. So you're going to talk to Tejeda about how the defense is going to work through this 1st and 3rd situation. But you know, Rhodes really hasn't made too many mistakes. He had that walk, then that single, but the first runner that got on was due to an error. So he's still doing his thing. He's still locating his pitches. You got to talk to him here. Still trying to get the first out of the inning. This needs to be a very strategical conversation with the infield, and you got to calm Rhodes down on the mound when you're talking to him. So, you know, short conversation as we've seen. He's already leaving the huddle right here, and now, you know, hoping. The best hope is a strikeout here. Just get your 1 out, and then you can, you know, hope for the double play ball. But, you know, get back into it for Rhodes. He's had a good day so far. You don't want to ruin it, you know, especially when it started with an error.
Gavin Donahue already has a stolen base today, back in the 3rd. Walked, stole second, and then came around to score. But also a situation, if you're Danbury, you're looking at 1 run at a time. Squeeze opportunity with a speedy Garbowski over at the plate. 0 for 2 today. Pair of fielder's choices. Runner goes to second. There won't be a throw. Tejeda tries a back pick, and Stern avoids the tag. A heads-up slide to get in safely. Donahue advances to second. There's 2 men in scoring position for the Westerners.
Especially with a lefty in the box. Tejeda knew he had that unobstructed throw down to the 3rd base bag, and Stern bit a little bit on the fake attempt. Not a bad play at all, but a good dive attempt as well.
And that was probably what the conversation was about. I said they're going to talk to Tejeda about a situation right there. Unexpected with the back pick to third. It was a really good attempt at it. I don't hate it.
Yeah, put it right in there. First pitch, Garbowski chops it foul, and that one almost took out a cameraman, tried to make a nice grab.
Matt Benestad trying to get after it, out of his reach.
Get a little scary up there, but we have our very trusty L screens in our way.
There he is.
There he is.
Gets a throw in the back pocket, keep a souvenir. 1-1 home. Garbowski flares one into center field. Legenza trying to get there. A diving effort, and what a grab by Caden Cloud. Coming in to score is Aiden Stern. But how about the diving effort from the Kentucky Wildcat to keep that one from finding the grass?
And that's the biggest thing we have circled about Caden Cloud is his pure athleticism. Look at this sprawl backwards into right center field. Still gets the job done if you're Kyle Garbowski, but an unbelievable catch by Caden Cloud. I couldn't believe it.
1 run will come in, but the highlight reel play there from Caden Cloud gets the first out of this inning as Ronan Donahue comes up with his twin brother Gavin over at second.
And if that ball dropped, you could just envision things going from bad to worse.
Donahue going second to third. Tejada tries to throw down, and it's in there in time. Tejada gets around the right-handed batter and delivers a strike to get Gavin Donahue out at second.
Newport just grabbing back the momentum. Still a 2-run inning from the Danbury Westerners, so a success, of course, but an inning that they could have scored more if it weren't for a few stellar plays from the Newport Gulls.
Fantastic throw down by Tejada. You just felt it was a matter of time before he was able to catch one of these Westerners sleeping. As that pitch is upstairs, and it's 2-0 quickly to Ronan Donahue.
Not a huge fan of a single steal of third, especially trailing with a guy in scoring position and your cleanup guy up. But it's work for them today. It's not like they did it randomly. They've been stealing third well. They've been getting Tejada in different ways to, be all bobbly behind the plate. So, there was some reason behind that steal attempt right there if it went well. And then, Donahue puts a ball high and far enough, you get another run. So definitely, a good play on both ends. It was the right call to steal him, but good throw from Tejada.
And they were already successful stealing with a righty in the box with Noel Rivera just a few moments ago. As Ronan swings on one in the opposite batter's box, and now all of a sudden from 2-0 to 2s across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away here in the top of the 5th. A 2-run inning so far for the Danbury Westerners, and Ronan Donahue trying to continue it. Parker Rhodes kicks, fires in home. Outside, and the count will run full.
Tried to generate the chase, just a little too far off the plate. A good hold up from Donahue to not bite at it. Payoff pitch just a few seconds away now.
Big pitch looming. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. Payoff pitch home from Rhodes. Cracked out toward left field. Brown and Legenza both move back at the track, and Legenza squeezes the mitt to make the grab. That'll send us to the home half of the 5th, but not before. Danbury tallies on 2 of their own. It's an 8-4 ball game here from Cardines Field.
Looking to show off your Newport Gulls pride? Swing by the Goalie Shop, your official home for Gulls gear. From t-shirts and hoodies to hats and limited edition merch, we've got everything you need to rep Newport in style. Located right inside historic Cardines Field, or shop online anytime at newportgulls.com and click on the Goalie Shop. Don't miss out, grab your gear today and join the best fans in summer baseball. The Goalie Shop, where Gulls fans gear up.
Well, the force out in full effect. I mean, we even got the Star Wars characters taking care of the field as the grounds crew here tonight. You got to love the way that everybody here at the Newport Gulls organization has really come all out for Star Wars night.
Yeah, I mean, where else do you see this? It's in full effect. We lost our buddy Matt Clemens. I think the dark side might have got him. Well, hopefully he returns safely, but at the moment, it's great baseball. It's a great atmosphere. It's Friday night. It's beautiful weather. Look at this dance team. I mean, I want to get out there right now. They're getting the whole place moving.
All fun and games here in Newport, and it has been that much for the Gulls so far. They lead 8-4 in this ball game. Danbury were able to tally on 2 more here in the 5th and make it a 4-run game. And Alex Payne back out on the mound.
Is that the Mandalorian?
I'm trying to figure out all the characters. The Mandalorian's there. I can't tell what that. I think that's.
Or is that
Boba Fett?
Boba Fett, yes.
Okay. I think the Mandalorian was to the left. That was Boba Fett.
Do you keep up with like the new TV shows and everything? I just watched the movies.
I don't. I've watched all the movies, of course.
What's your favorite?
Ooh, probably Empire Strikes Back.
Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb. This is a hot take. Rogue One is my favorite Star Wars movie.
I might take off the headset and walk back to Danbury.
I love Rogue One. It's like a top 10 movie all time for me. I dived a lot into the Harry Potter saga when I was little, just off the namesake alone, and the books were too much for me, man.
Really? I enjoyed the books more than the movies, actually.
Really?
Yeah. I was a book guy. I was not. I was not. Hey, we both ended up in journalism anyways, right?
Yes,
So-
of course. I mean, what else? For someone that hates reading, they go into journalism.
Peter Mershon, the lead off. Mershon, Tejada, Legenza here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Alex Payne back out on the mound. Fires home. A first pitch slider in there for strike 1. Mershon 1 for 1 today. A long ball his last time up in the 3rd. 3-run shot that really blew the lid off this place.
Yeah, and if you're Danbury on the other side of things in Payne, you're not out of this ball game at all. You've chipped away at this lead. Now just a 4-run ball game. If your bullpen can keep this game where it's at, we might be in for a really good one down, especially down the back half of things.
Alex Payne leads this Danbury pitching staff in appearances with his 5th of the season.
But, I mean, yeah, this Newport offense just moving like the Death Star right now, just taking out planets one at a time.
1-1's in there for strike 2. We got to be at 25+ Star Wars references tonight. It's, I mean, we're at a moment of what, 4 or 5 per inning.
Yeah, I think our great media team here in Newport, who might be listening right now, they're gonna go back through and track all of these because they're just so great, right, guys, right?
As there's a swing and a miss for strike 3, 1 away. I'm sure everyone downstairs in the production room is so happy with you right now.
Joe,
I mean, they're
Joe
pleased.
Dupuis recommended himself before the game to listen to the entire broadcast tonight and count all the Star Wars references.
Have you seen the Star Wars wipes we have by the production team today?
Yeah.
Cutting from camera to camera. Shout out. We're playing into all the references now. Tejada comes up 0 for 2. Senior out of the University of Southern California. Takes the first pitch upstairs for ball 1.
We talked favorite movie. Do you have a favorite character?
In Star Wars, you're saying?
Yeah, in Star Wars.
It's pretty basic, but probably Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan's pretty
Dude,
awesome.
give me some knocks.
Actually, Han Solo.
I love Obi-Wan.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with Obi-Wan. 1-0 pitch, chopped foul toward the cage on the left-hand side.
Yeah, everybody wants to be like Han Solo. I mean, Han Solo is the man.
Right.
He's the man.
But I feel like Obi-Wan's just like, it's Mr.
Obi-Wan, you understand him.
Mr. Capable. You know what I mean?
He gets the job done.
Exactly.
I mean, this man made a brother who turned to the dark side, and he had to defeat him. That guy thought Anakin thought he knew everything he knows. No, he didn't. Not the high ground. We have the high ground here at Cardine, so we're in a good spot. God forbid any.
I'm questioning
Sith jump out.
I'm questioning whether we're gonna have to like reenact the entire Duel of the Fates on camera. We have the camera to do it. We have the lightsabers.
Can you do a backflip, or even a double backflip on a moving stone?
I need like the strings from the ceiling, right?
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
2-1. Payne comes home, swing and a miss on a ball in the dirt, and deuces will be wild. You'll get a little. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground now.
Oh, such a good movie.
I saw that when they re-released it in theaters last year. I have friends that are big Star Wars guys, and they were like, "We have to go to the theater and watch it." And I thought it was just going to be a normal movie-going experience. You know, it's a good movie. A 2-2 in, chop foul down the first base line. I show up to the movie. I met them at the movie. There's 10 of them. All of them are wearing cloaks. Every single one. In a Jedi robe. Everybody in the theater is dressed up. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was like, I just walk into Comic-Con or something? I mean, this is...
I'll tell you who I'm not a big fan of, especially in the later movies, is Luke himself. I just don't get it. He just falls off.
It's a good take.
He just wants to be all shy all of a sudden. It's like, dude, you were king of the universe at one point, and
you were the man.
Now you're just crept off to the middle of nowhere. I mean, the new movies all together with Rey and Kylo Ren, don't get me started on that, but Luke Skywalker specifically is just...
You say that, and then you said Rogue One's your favorite movie. That's one of the newer ones.
But Rogue One's going back to the beginning. You got to understand. It sets the stage.
2-2. Laser beam down the right field line and foul. Out toward the warehouse. Wow, we really got off track there with the Star Wars talk.
Yeah.
That was bound to happen.
At least none of us are Star Trek fans. That's where I draw the line.
Oh. Live long and prosper.
Luca Mucciardi.
I'm kidding. That's all I know. 2-2 home. Fouled off again, and how about this app out from Tejeda?
He's hitting the ball hard. He has to put it between the two white lines at this point. He's yanked some foul left side. He's shot a few hard the right side. He's just continuing to fight, making it hard for Alex Payne out there.
8th pitch of the at-bat upcoming. Tejeda been a little early, been a little late. Try to straighten out Alex Payne, trying to find a way around the tough backstop for the Newport Gulls. Here comes the 2-2. Swing and a miss. It skips the plate. Mowry picks it up. Throw down for good measure. That's in time. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the 5th. And there's 2 away.
Yeah, this is what you needed if you're the Danbury pitching staff. Just an opportunity to settle into things. We mentioned 3 straight frames where Newport was able to get on the board. We're going to have a quick pitching visit on the mound if you're Danbury. You want to keep this game right where it's at. Get the bats back up, especially after another hot frame, and see if they can keep chipping away at now the 4-run deficit.
Well, there's like a full staff meeting out there. I think this is Connor Farrell going to Alex Payne and saying, hey, how does your arm feel? Because I speak to Alex a lot on these road trips especially, and he was telling me that, for Lafayette this year, I was a back-to-back guy. I would go 2-3 games in a row and pitch 2 times a weekend. And when I came into Danbury this summer, I told this staff, you need me to go multiple times in a week? I'll go multiple times in a week. Seen that a couple times already this year, so this might be Connor Farrell saying, you know what, Alex, we need you with a busy weekend coming up, 4 games in 4 days, and it looks like the Westerners are going to make the call down to the bullpen for a new arm.
Yeah, and I get it because of that reason, but it's almost if you're a Westerners fan, you just want one more out of him. Because now you got 2 outs and you're bringing a new guy in, and Payne's been the most consistent guy you've had out there tonight. Now you're bringing a new arm and he has to warm up, and then, you got Legenza top of the order. So, almost you wish you got one more out of him so you could, get the scoreless frame and, kind of have that sigh of relief after Newport's just been so consistent with the bats tonight. But really good outing for him. He went a 1.1 into an inning and a third, I should say, and, did his job.
Effective stuff from Alex Payne. We'll send it to a break, and a new arm for Danbury on the other side. 8-4 Gulls lead.
Every pitch, every hit, every moment that matters. From youth baseball to the professional leagues, this is where the next generation of players takes the field. The passion, the intensity, the pursuit of greatness. From future stars to unforgettable moments, every game tells a story, live and on demand all season long. Watch the future of the game unfold. Watch on HomeTeamLive.com.
With 2 away in the home half of the 5th, Danbury turns to their 4th arm of the ball game, Noah Gouch-Quirk. Out of Lehigh, a 2.25 ERA in 4 innings of work so far this summer, 3 strikeouts and 3 walks to his name. And he'll be out there trying to retire the bottom half of this Newport order in Mason Legenza.
I got to say, my friend just he's been listening in, and he was saying Darth Maul, batting switch hitter with the legs.
The dual,
it just seems like
the dual-wielded saber.
He would just stand on the plate and
just
that's not a bad move.
It's pretty awesome.
I want to add in, what great friends tuning into Newport
I know.
Friday night.
I know. I mean, what else do college students have to do on a Friday night than watch NECBL baseball?
It's not even an ESPN Plus game, which means your friend is such a good friend that he went on NECBL Plus.
He hopped on Home Team Network
and purchased the game so that he can listen to you. Now that's some impressive stuff. Mason Legenza digs back in, 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts tonight. The 9-hole hitter in this Newport order to face the new man on the mound in Gouch-Quirk. First pitch, fastball down Broadway for strike 1.
Love seeing a guy come out of the pen, just come first pitch strike. It's a really good sign. especially when you only need one out, you really got to focus on this hitter, especially you don't want to get to Gus Gandy. We mentioned that last time Legenza was up. You just don't want to touch the top of the order. So really got to focus on him, and it might be way of the K or get him to ground out or something.
Swing and a miss for strike through. Well, you mentioned Gandy, but if you look at 1, 2, 3 in the Newport order through their first 3 times through, Gandy, Salinas, and Brown, they've reached base safely in 7 of 9 at-bats combined.
5 total hits as well. Salinas with 3 of those.
Gouchkirk looking to avoid that here 0-2 and gives a 1 away on a fastball.
Yeah, Legenza, obviously the guy you want to attack if you're Gouchkirk. Just can't afford to let the top of the order get their hacks in.
Want to save that one for another time. In the 6th, 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 away, 4-run ball game. Gouchkirk comes home, and that's well inside below the ankles. Newport, team that has put up 8 runs on 7 hits. Danbury was able to chalk a couple off of their own. Speaking of chalk, you can see the chalk starting to fade on the batter's boxes. 8-4 ball game. Gouchkirk comes home well inside, and that'll take some chalk with it as well when it hits the plate.
3 pitches that have just really missed the strike zone. He just needs to take a deep breath and make a competitive throw towards the plate right here.
I really want to see Legenza swinging right here. He's got a 3-2, 3 straight balls. I'm going to assume we're going to see a fastball here. And if we get it, Legenza's 2 strikeouts on the night. I just want to see him swing and put something in play.
Payoff pitch coming home. And it's outside. So from 0-2 to a full count walk, Legenza will flip the lineup card over.
Yeah, now you have to face that dangerous top of the order in only the bottom of the 5th. Obviously, you wanted to wait till the bases were clear, but now you have a man on first in Legenza, and if Gandy can work his way aboard, well, you got that dangerous 2 and 3 pairing with Salinas and Brown. But with the way Gandy was swinging it yesterday, not someone you really want to pitch to either.
Gandy has reached twice today. Walk and a hit by pitch came around the score both times. Takes the first pitch for ball 1. Top half of this Newport order going to get a chance to start a 2-out rally and build up some more insurance on what's already an 8-4 ball game.
Yeah, it was an impressive start on the rubber. Those first 2 pitches were in there, but since then, he's just lost the control.
And 6 balls outside of the zone in a row for Gouchkirk as he tries to recalibrate and recenter himself. But the ever-dangerous Gus Gandy at the dish. Righty on righty. Legenza takes his lead from first. The pack pick attempt not successful. And you got to say, it's a Friday night. Headed into just past 2 hours of this ball game. This crowd has stuck around.
They have, yeah.
Staying with it.
I mean, I think school's out for summer now in the Northeast. And,
I think so.
You got the bedtime pushed back a little bit. You get to stay out a little bit later. It's Friday. I mean, the families are out. The stands are still packed, especially early in the year.
And I was talking to one of our cameramen tonight, Ethan Poole, the other night. I grew up, and it was, you don't go to a Gulls game if you're from my area. You go to a Paul Sox game because that was the Red Sox AAA affiliate. And then when you lost the team in 2020 to Worcester, this is the only very, I guess you have the Waves too. I'll give the Waves that. But in terms of bringing in big crowds, this is the only other place that does it. So you get people from all over the state coming down to Newport, especially on a Friday night in nice weather.
2-0 pitch, misses inside, and it's 3-0. And also, of course, Newport, we said it earlier in the broadcast, but it's also a good tourist hub here in the Ocean State. I mean, being a New York guy, I know a lot of people who actually come out here. Either they go to, Cape Cod and Martha's Vineyard and everything, or they come out down here to Newport on Rhode Island. We come hang out. Great spot to be. 3-0 inside, a 4-pitch walk. Back-to-back walks issued by Gouchkirk, and all of a sudden it looked like Newport was going to go down quiet here in the 5th, threatening with 2 on and 2 out.
Yeah, and 8 straight balls thrown. Can't forget he was ahead of 0-2 to Legenza before issuing 4 straight, and then the same to Gandy. Doesn't even have to take the bat off the shoulder, and now Tristan Salinas, who's just a human hitting machine, gets his licks in the left-handed batter's box.
You got to say what was working for Gouchkirk was the fastball. Went to it twice, got ahead 0-2, and then kind of let the wheels come off the bus.
It's really the last guy you want to face. He's been seeing it so well tonight.
3 for 3 with 3 singles. Takes a fastball for strike one.
I think that walk to Gandy might have been exactly how you wanted to set him up, though. Salinas obviously taking the first pitch and just put a fastball right down Broadway. I'm sure one that he wish he had the green light on.
Yeah, you're going to take all the way after 8 straight balls. Gouchkirk finds the zone for 0-1. Looks for it again. Down and in, and Salinas will even it up at 1 apiece. What a day he has had. A base hit in the first, a base hit in the third where he came around the score, and a base hit in the fourth where he came around the score. Coming up for the third time in as many innings. Here in the middle portion of this ball game. Bottom 5, Newport leads 8-4. Gouchkirk deals home, and it's outside 2-1.
Even with Salinas has been hitting it, you got to give him something in the zone. You don't want to fall behind 3-1. Expect fastball if you're Salinas.
See if you get one that sits middle in. If you can pull it into right field, some speed over on second with Legenza. 2-1 comes home. High, well above the zone, and it's 3-1. And thinking back, if you're Connor Farrell and this Danbury staff, you pulled Alex Payne after back-to-back strikeouts in this half inning. Maybe a pitch count issue and something like that, and all of a sudden you bring in Gouchkirk. He's walked 2 straight and at risk of walking the bases loaded.
Yeah, and typically in NCAA baseball or any really competitive level, you never pull him in that situation. You let him finish.
3-1, that's in the dirt. 3 straight walks issued from Gouchkirk. From 2 away and no one on to the bases juice, and Cade Brown coming up. Connor Farrell's not going to waste any more time. He's going to have to go to another arm in this ball game. Gouchkirk's day comes to a quiet conclusion. Faces 3 batters, walks all 3. We'll step aside again here in the 5th for another Danbury arm. 8-4, Gulls trying to put on more.
Looking to show off your Newport Gulls pride? Swing by the Goalie Shop, your official home for Gulls gear. From t-shirts and hoodies to hats and limited edition merch, we've got everything you need to rep Newport in style. Located right inside historic Cardines Field, or shop online anytime at newportgulls.com and click on the Goalie Shop. Don't miss out, grab your gear today and join the best fans in summer baseball. The Goalie Shop, where Gulls fans gear up.
Right when it looked like Danbury was going to get out of this 5th unscathed, all of a sudden the bases are loaded, no one away, and Jacob Hines out of Central Connecticut State will come into this ballgame. An 0-1 record so far on the year, a 2.08 ERA, and just under 9 innings of work, but 8 strikeouts and 7 walks. Comes in maybe the toughest situation a reliever can come in. Bases loaded, 2 away, and facing the 3-hole hitter in Cade Brown.
Yeah, and if Danbury wants a chance down the stretch, the ballgame could very well come down to this at-bat with Cade Brown at the dish. If he were to put one into the gaps or just keep the offense rolling, well, Newport could really jump up to an insurmountable lead with only so many innings left to play. But if he can escape, well, Danbury's just going to have the momentum. They're going to be able to keep chipping away at the lead, and this one may keep getting closer and closer in the later innings.
You know, it's such a simple but complicated job. The complicated part is you just picked up, bases loaded. But no one can steal. You only got to worry about the hitter, and you only got to worry about getting one out here. So Maury's job behind the plate, be a wall. We get this weird backstop, so even a normal pass ball probably won't score. Legenza, worry about this hitter. Easier said than done, but there's a force play at all the bases, so try to get something on the ground, or, of course, go for the strikeout. But really focus on Cade Brown and nothing else.
If you're Hines, the only thing you're worried about is the guy standing in front of you. As time is called, and Maury and Hines are going to have one more quick chat.
Obviously want to make sure you're on the same page before a big at-bat like this.
Hines was a starter at CCSU this year. All 12 of his appearances were starts, 52 innings. Pitched for the Danbury Westerners last year with a 1-5 record, 7 starts. Comes in as a reliever in this one in the 5th. First pitch home to Cade Brown. Taken away on a breaking ball for ball 1.
Really good first pitch, though. I know it was called a ball, but it was maybe just a baseball outside of Craig Andriozzi's strike zone right there. Really good first pitch, but it was the off speed, so you're going to see when the fastball comes into play.
1-0 goes for the fastball and misses low and in.
And not a place you want to be against a dangerous hitter like Brown, and just continuing to let him be in control. When the hitter's up 2-0, that allows them to dictate the at-bat, and now you're just expecting fastball.
Hines has to find a way into the zone at 2-1. Got the fastball right down the middle, and it looked like Cade Brown was going to take all the way until he saw a strike in this at-bat. 3 straight walks after the first 2 batters, Mershon and Tejeda, were retired via the K. Now the bases are loaded. Newport looking to add on to a 4-run lead. The 2-1 slider misses outside, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike, a pure hitter's count to Cade Brown.
And a big take right there to move it to 3-1.
Yeah, and it is the greenest light right now for Cade Brown. 3-1, bases loaded. He has no pitches to waste right here. Your 3-hole hitter, you're swinging.
3-1, swing and a miss on a fastball.
A healthy hack at that one, as they like to say.
Hines blew it by him. And now the biggest pitch of this ball game thus far. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. The base is juice, and Hines dealing home to Cade Brown. Gets the sign, kicks in, fires. Runners go, and it hits him in the arm. Brown takes one off the elbow. The run from third comes in to score, and Newport adds 1 more, 9-4.
Brown appears to be okay as he jogs down to first. 3-2, just working too far inside. A pitch that started in and just didn't have any movement to him. Caught him on the lead forearm, that left arm.
Looks like Connor Farrell's going to come have a chat with Craig Andriozzi about if that ball hit the batter.
Yeah, the replay right there, obviously they can't see it, but it showed
off the hand.
It might have been a little higher than the wrist, and that's just a weak spot in your body right there. That's the last place you want to get hit. That's why I saw the jump out of him versus Gandy getting hit earlier on the hip. It's 2 different reactions. That's just natural. Naturally how humans react. It's a stinger, but he'll get over it, especially not his dominant arm.
First pitch hack from Trammell for strike 1. How about Cade Brown? 4 RBIs in this ball game now.
Yeah, he's just been so impressive, especially this week. I mean, you take a look back at yesterday, and he had 3 more RBIs to his name, just continuing to pour it on.
Hines comes home with the 0-1. It's below Androzzi's zone, 1-1 to Braxton Trammell, the cleanup man, who yet to have a hit tonight, but reached his last time in the 4th on a walk. Been a busy night at the dish for the Newport Gulls offensively. 9 runs have come home. Looking to add more as this ball gets away. Mowry picks up, dives, but sliding in safely on a heads-up base running is Gus Gandy. Double digits for the Gulls, 10-4.
Needed every step that he had. Gus Gandy moving forward on the dirt ball read, and as soon as that ball got away, ready to take off. He's barely in there, sliding in safely. Bang, bang play, and the Gulls tack on another double-digit runs in back-to-back contests.
And that's how Gus Gandy plays baseball right there. In a closer game, that's way more of a aggressive play right there, but he saw it, he reacted. Even if he's out, Coach Ted Regan can't really hate the move right there because there's no hesitation. It was a pass ball. He's your leadoff fast guy. Gandy does it right there. Really good slide, too. Just got the foot, and it's the right call. He was safe.
So Gandy gets home on some heads-up base running. Now the count 2-1 to Trammell, with Salinas on third and Cade Brown over on second. After Danbury tallied 2 in the top half of this inning, Newport has put on 2 more. Swing and a miss on the high heat. Been back and forth in this ball game since the 3rd inning. 14 runs scored combined by these 2 teams, 13 of them since the start of the 3rd. 2-2. Chop foul. We'll do it again.
First base is open, but you want to try and get Trammell out if you can. You talked about Cloud's serious pop, his home run power standing on deck. He could have a chance with the bases loaded. And for Danbury, an inning that we were 5 minutes ago saying, oh, they're breezing right through it. They're getting through it quickly. It's once again turned into another disaster.
Hines fires home a 2-2. High fly ball out toward right field. Martin will camp under it and make the grab to retire the side. But Newport with a 2-out rally, a 2-spot in the 5th, and we'll head to the 6th. 10-4, double digits for the Newport Gulls here on NECBL Plus.
Looking to show off your Newport Gulls pride? Swing by the Goalie Shop, your official home for Gulls gear. From t-shirts and hoodies to hats and limited edition merch, we've got everything you need to rep Newport in style. Located right inside historic Cardines Field, or shop online anytime at newportgulls.com and click on the Goalie Shop. Don't miss out, grab your gear today and join the best fans in summer baseball. The Goalie Shop, where Gulls fans gear up.
The Gulls have regained a 6-run lead, 10-4, and looks like the bullpen has a visitor out there for the Newport Gulls at one of the mascots. Having a good time, maybe playing some hacky sack like we were talking about before, Harry.
Yeah, even the mascot's getting in on the action, you know. Number 20, Britton Booth's also going to be out there, the 3rd Mississippi State arm to see action here today. Just wrapped up his sophomore season, stands at 6'2", 205 out of Madison, Alabama. Just pitched 2 2/3 innings this past season with a 10.13 ERA, 1 K to 2 walks, but as they say, the NECBL, a great opportunity to come and prove yourself during the summer. Well, he has that chance here tonight.
Yeah, and I wonder what the conversation was between, you know, Gulls recruitment and the Mississippi State manager or pitching coach, because there's got to be some pipeline connection there. What makes you send 3 guys up, and what's the conversation about when they want to pitch, which guy you want pitching more? There's all logic behind it, and, you know, really getting guys progress, especially based off what, you know, grade they're in. What do they do their freshman year? What do they do their sophomore year? There's so much that goes into it, and I think they're really in a good spot, not only in Newport but in the NECBL, to really get a mix of innings, because we have a lot of games like this, 10-4 after 5, so there's opportunities for relievers to come in, or even starters who might be starters on their college team to just get innings.
And you also see in the NECBL, there aren't some of these NECBL franchises that have good connections with schools. If you look at Danbury's roster, kind of from that microscope, a lot of Sacred Heart guys and Marist guys on this team. Newport, of course, mentioning the Mississippi State connections that they have. So you find out that, you know, there's some connections between schools. The first pitch, the Jack Edmonds is taking first strike.
And obviously, you also want your players to come in with and be as comfortable as possible. So if that means sending them with a few teammates as well and having them acclimate to a new city, a new place for the summer, just a little bit easier than a lot of teams are willing to do it.
0-1, and Edmonds swings at the high heat, 0-2. You got to say, it's got to be easier for teammates living together, find a place to stay for the summer. Of course, creating that chemistry and taking that chemistry from their college ball games to now their summer ball. The 0-2, ring them up, strike 3. Great start to this ball game for Booth with the 3-pitch strikeout of Jack Edmonds.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be expected to come eat a large part of this back half of the ball game, and starting in the top of the 6th. 3 pitches, strike, 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 puts them down looking.
And Parker Rhodes, though, I know Booth just got his first out. Parker Rhodes, 3 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs. One of them earned on a walk and a strikeout. He did his thing today, really did his job. 3 innings, one of those middle relievers, and very productive outing for him.
Yeah, came in, and once Newport gave him that insurance, never really let it go. Gave up the 2 runs, but never got himself into too much trouble. On the 1-0, Mowry swings at a high pitch for strike 1. Colin Mowry 0 for 2 in this ball game. didn't play on Wednesday against the North Shore Navigators. 2 for 5 performance against Martha's Vineyard on Monday. 1-1. Rip down the line on the left. That's going to get down for a base knock. 4th hit of the ball game for the Danbury Westerners, and Mowry will be on first.
Mowry just able to get the hands out in front, something that he could really pull into the left field grass. Didn't miss it. And Danbury, the offense, well, they haven't quite kept pace with Newport, has still been really strong here tonight, continuing to pressure.
4 runs on 4 hits have been effective, but compared to the 10 runs on 7 that the Gulls have provided, and that crooked number in the third, a 5 spot, has pelted the Gulls in front 10-4 in this Southern Division matchup. Newport 5.5 games back of the 10-1 Martha's Vineyard Sharks. Danbury 6.5 games back, sitting at the bottom of the South Division right now. About a quarter of the ways through the season.
Brazil just scored 1-0 on Haiti. I love the World Cup. So much fun.
It's so much fun.
I get the goal updates and they just fire me up.
It's fantastic. It's
I
fantastic
didn't realize
stuff.
it works out because you'll be here, but then on the bus ride back, you get to enjoy the Paraguay game.
Yeah. Well, it was kind of perfect. I got to watch the USA, almost the entire USA game on the way in. 2-1 swing and a miss. We're here. Miss Scotland, Morocco, which we already said 1-0 game. All right. You know what? Who cares? I'm okay with that. Brazil, Haiti. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But I get to see the 2 countries I have competing in the World Cup play on the same night. Can't complain. 2-2 pitch coming home. Just misses outside, and that counts full. Couldn't have been more by maybe a seam of a baseball.
Yeah, that's a great frame job, too, right here. I mean, we don't get ABS here, so frames still matter. He did a really good job right there, put it right there. And, I mean, everyone was just waiting for the call right there. But it was a 50-50 pitch, and you got to come back with a good payoff.
Payoff comes home. Upstairs, that's taken. And we believe that was ball 4. It is now 3-2. Mistake on the scoreboard. Well, you know, Braden Booth can wait a couple of months because next year he'll have the ABS in the SEC.
Oh.
So he'll be able to tap the head. 3-2 pitch, fouled off, and we'll see it again. But that rule getting approved. They had it in the SEC tournament this year, actually.
Yeah, definitely an element. I mean, you talk about the MLB players sometimes not being mature is the word I'll use, have enough experience to know when to use it, when not to. I think giving it to a bunch of college players is definitely going to fare well.
It's going to be a crazy addition.
Now, Luca, is that only in SEC play, conference play? So
I believe so.
So if, Rhode Island, URI, goes down to LSU.
I don't believe that will be in effect. I think it's just in SEC play. As that ball gets away from the first baseman, Larson, and Mowry's going to get to second on the error.
Just in and out of the glove. Looked like he might have moved it a little too quick to try and apply the tag, and Mowry advances into scoring position, still only 1 out.
Likely an E3 to go against Larson as he couldn't corral the catch. And Mowry advances to second, so a runner in scoring position with 1 away, but the count full to Ryan Martin at the plate. Booth ready to deal in. Just misses low and away for ball 4. Now there's first and second for Peter Link.
Missed 2 pitches that at bat. That seems just below the chalk at the knees. Unable to get the call, and Danbury continuing to work their way aboard offensively.
Yeah, and those 2 pitches, you ask one question is, how do you not call that? But the other question is, how does Ryan Martin not swing at that?
Yeah.
Especially, it might be a myth now at this level, but it's always been 2 strikes. You got to protect. The zone gets a little bigger right there, and that was as close as he can get. So really poised at bat there for him. It's going to help out his offense, who's down a few runs.
Booth so a ground out away from getting out of this inning. First pitch to Link, just misses outside for ball 1.
Booth, he's throwing really competitive pitches.
Putting everything as close to the zone as you can get without finding it. But how big or how much would Danbury appreciate a trademark Peter Link long ball right here? Cut back into this ball game. 1-0, right down Broadway. That one could have been the pitch. The Link stays home. It's 1-1.
Booth has loved to sit in that bottom half of the zone. And you're right, if you're Link and you can go down, go fishing, and just scoop one up, smaller park here at Cardines and just put it over the fence, this be a brand new ball game.
1-1. Link takes, and that catches the bottom half of the plate. Exactly what Harry drew up, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, Booth was due to get one of those calls. Just pounding at the knees, finally gets that one.
A lot of outer half stuff here, a lot of fastballs. See if we'll maybe try to jam them up on the inner half of the plate here.
Booth taking his time, leans in, finds his sign. Look over at second at Mowry, but fires home. Just outside, Link with a great take.
Called a lemonade stand the way he's squeezing him.
I like that one. That's you're a New York guy. That's a Walt Clyde Frazier type of pull right there. I'm gonna give you a lot of credit for that.
I thought Booth got that one, especially with 2 strikes. I think he deserved it.
2 on, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Booth comes home. Rip toward third, could be 2. To second for 1, on to first, not in time. Link able to beat it out, so the runner in Martin is retired at second. Mowry moves second to third, and there's 2 on and men at the corners for Noel Rivera.
Just completely ate him in at the hands. A little too slow for Trammell to be able to turn 2 with Cloud, but they pick up the second out of the inning nonetheless. And now just 1 pitch away from getting out of it if you're Braden Booth and holding this 6-run lead intact.
If you're Danbury, you did such a good job in the 5th to find a couple of runs and get that 2 spot, make it what was an 8-4 game. Newport then responded, made it 10-4. So can you find 1 here and just, again, chip away? First pitch home to Rivera. The upper portion of the zone for strike 1.
I think that's where Braden Booth should start shifting, especially early in the count. Pound the inside, and then if you want to go away and try and generate a chase with 2 strikes, be my guest.
Booth ahead 0-1. Pickoff back to first. Tough play. Link got back safely, but might have 1 more step closer to the bag after that one.
Yeah, he definitely gave him a little bit of a scare. Wasn't expecting Booth to go over with 2 outs, but tries to pick up the 3rd out of the inning on the bases.
Fighting against the Marist man, Noel Rivera at the plate. Pitch just outside. Loving that breaking ball on the lower outer corner.
Definitely, and a really good job of Danbury just staying poised and not chasing at the plate.
And now you got Aiden Stern on deck, who's gone on base all 3 times. So we've been talking about, trying to get out of it when you can with the 9-hole hitter. It's really important right here.
He's got a chance ahead 1-2 after the fastball is fanned on and missed by Rivera.
Would love to see a low off-speed pitch right here, even if it's just a waste.
2 on and 2 away. Booth comes home. Runner goes from second. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Fastball low and away. You're on fire tonight, man. You got all the calls in your back pocket. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Newport looking to tally on more. 10-4 Gulls here on NECBL Plus. Well, if you see the fans looking down at something in their pockets, it's because they're announcing the raffle winner here tonight in the bottom of the 6th between the Gulls and the Westerners. Man, I would have gotten a raffle ticket if I could have.
What does the raffle get? Is this a 50-50?
It is a 50-50. 50% obviously goes.
Got your winner right there, it looks like.
50-50. 50% goes to that fan right there. The other 50% goes to the organization of the night. It was the Salvation Army tonight, so that's a great organization. But we also have a lot of local places come in here that are Newport bound, like the Newport Mansions, which is pretty much restoring the beautiful mansions of the Gilded Age, and a lot of that money goes to just making those places stay beautiful. It's a big tourism spot, or they're doing RI 250 for the 250th anniversary, so that money will go towards patriotic groups that are the historical groups. So a lot of what Newport does is giving back to the community, but that fan walks away with some money in his pocket, and you got your money's worth coming to Cardines.
Yeah, really, you made some profit coming to the game tonight, right?
250 years of American excellence has led to this night right here. The Gulls and Westerners, it's all led to this.
That's what the founding fathers
Are you guys playing on the 4th this year? Do you know?
We are. We are at home on the 4th. We're off on the 3rd and then home on the 4th.
We're home on the 3rd and Mystic on the 4th, I believe.
1-0 pitch is a fly ball down the right field line in foul territory. Garbowski gives chase, but he'll watch it go away.
Fell into the tarp, it looked like.
And right in front of the concession stand down the right field line.
It's crazy we're already eyeing up the 4th of July. It's like fit that part where we're just a couple weeks out, and what a holiday.
And Danbury's going to have a fun time on the 4th. So off on the 3rd, at home against Ocean State on the 4th, and then at Bristol on the 5th. So staying relatively in the Connecticut area as Cloud files that one off. And then, you can kind of just keep my seat warm because we'll be right back here July 6th at Cardines for Gulls and Westerners.
Wonderful.
And, obviously there's some bias with what I'm about to say, but I feel like it should be mandated by the NECBL that 4th of July is played in Newport. That the Gulls shouldn't be on the road.
Yeah, I love the schedule, but I was bummed that we didn't get the 4th of July home game this year.
Last year was, I believe, a Friday night.
Would have been.
And you guys were off the next day, if I remember correctly.
It was a keen Friday night game.
Yep.
Two of the top teams in the league played, and there were fireworks going off in the background. The city was packed. It was a phenomenal time to be here.
2-2 pitch comes home. Rip toward third. Rivera gloves it down. Transition. Throw to first. In time. One away. And I got told about that ball game. It had to be brought up at some point, but my former broadcast partner at the University of Miami, who was the Newport Gulls broadcaster last year, Gavin Bisho, said that was one of his favorite games that he was able to call here in Newport because of the fireworks going off, the great game on the field, the fanfare, and being able to be in this city afterwards after that game.
Yeah. As they say around these parts, if we're half as good as Gavin, we're in a good spot.
I've been saying that for 3 years at Miami. So
I just remember I was sitting next to Gavin that game, and right there were fireworks for Adams in Newport.
Incredible.
Historic for it was phenomenal.
As that pitch runs away, Gavin Bisho, beloved here in Newport, of course, down in Coral Gables in Miami. Was our sports director there for 2 years at our radio station. Got to broadcast more than a couple of games with him.
A couple, maybe one more significant than the others. National championship this
National championship game this year between Miami and Indiana. As that gets fouled off, and it's quickly 1-2 to Larson.
And I'm sure that was a sour taste for a while, but what a game you got
Bittersweet.
It was I'll show you the clip later. The clip on the interception at the end of the game. First off, Gavin's call is fantastic because of course it is, and it got like 20,000 views. But 1-2 hits the dirt. You can see all of us in the booth, the reaction, and then the face just drops for a second, and it's like we one throw away from a natty. But you know what? The memory will last a lifetime. So 2-2 comes home. And runs inside for ball 3. Maybe it'll last a light year.
Could you imagine
Star
being
Wars
in
night
the booth? I wasn't, but I know who was in the booth when Syracuse went to South Bend and lost 70-7. That's an experience.
Yeah. You have to have both sides of the spectrum, right? Payoff pitch comes home to Larson. Fouls one down the left field line. That's a broken bat.
And I was going to mention earlier when you said that you've seen so many broken bats just in Newport. Well, for everybody in this league, especially guys who are playing in the super regionals who, made their conference championships, 2-3 weeks ago they were swinging metal. And now they're changing to wood, and it's a whole different feel. And if you know that, that's why home run numbers in the month of June in the NECBL are lower. By the time they're in the flow into July and August, the ball's flying a lot more because they're finally getting used to the wood bat, which obviously doesn't have the same pop, but definitely a difference.
3-2 curveball just misses up and away. Hines doesn't like the call, but A well-worked walk from Brendan Lawson to get on first.
Yeah, Larson kind of buckled on it, but he gets the benefit of the doubt with the call, able to take his walk over to first. Yeah, and those long balls, goals just finding their way a little bit earlier before July. Two already here tonight. Tacked on 3 yesterday.
As Mershon digs in. But like you were saying, that transition from the aluminum to the wood bats, the metrics tend to say you lose about 6 miles an hour on your exit velocity in that switch from the metal to the wood, as that's taken for strike one. But then the other thing about it is, if you watch enough college baseball and you're around the game, luckily, enough, you see a lot of these guys in batting practice will swing with wood bats. And then by the time the game starts, they'll swing with the metal, and they say it's like swinging with a wiffle ball bat because it's just so much easier.
Well, it's almost the same concept as using a bat weight when you're on deck.
Right.
And when you take that bat weight off in your first swing, it's like, wow, I'm swinging like a 25-ounce bat. It's a whole different feel. So there's definitely a perception thing there. Some guys in the big leagues, they warm up with the football. So when they throw the baseball, it feels light. It's the same concept.
1-1, poked into right field. That's a base knock. Peter Mershon gets the 8th hit of this ball game for the Newport Gulls. There's only 1 away and 2 on.
Yeah, that's why for me, I broadcast making eggs in the morning, so I'm ready by the time it gets to game time, It warms up the vocals.
Yeah?
Scrambled.
Getting ready to flip, and there it is. He did it.
Yeah, Mershon just shooting one the other way. Beautiful piece of hitting, and keeps the inning rolling. Newport trying to make it 5 straight score full frames.
Richard Tejeda will dig in. Men on first and second, 1 away. He's 0 for 3 today, pair of strikeouts. Takes a first pitch curveball, first strike. I'll ask you, what is I don't want to say the weirdest, but the most unique thing you've been able to broadcast?
Oh, nothing too crazy. That's a good one. When my friends are at home, obviously they love to, play with me about me wanting to be a broadcaster and everything. And we'll fire up Madden, and they'll throw it on mute, and they'll have me call their games. It's a fun time.
Everyone's done that at some point.
Yeah, I think that's probably number 1 for me. Oh, I called my school's hot dog eating contest.
That's awesome. I love that. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, that jogged the memory a little bit. What about you?
Probably high school bowling regional finals.
Ooh. That's sick.
I had to learn, I've been bowling, I know how it works, but there's very specific scoring for competitive bowling that I had to learn. So 1-2, grounded toward third. Rivera might have 2. Throw to second for 1 on the first. He got him. A double play. 5, 4, 3. Danbury gets out of the 6th unscathed, and my bowling story, maybe everyone's going to be a little thankful they don't got to hear. We're through 6. It's Newport 10, Danbury 4 here on NECBL Plus.
What makes a great team hat? It starts with a Z. For decades, Zephyr has been making the most iconic headwear in the game, trusted by teams, colleges, and pros. We cut out the middleman and work directly with our manufacturers, so you get top quality, fast turnaround, and prices that make sense. From bold designs to unbeatable fit, Zephyr hats are built to match the quality of your team, right down to the last stitch. Zephyr Team Headwear, born from experience, built for teams that stand out.
Welcome back to Cardines. I'm Veronica Borelli. The Gulls are looking to get another win against Danbury tonight, which would put them at 6 wins, 7 losses. That would keep them at 4th in the Southern Division of the NECBL. Back to you guys.
Welcome you back for the top of the 7th. The Newport Gulls with a 10-4 win. Luca Mucciardi just got to witness your first pod race out in left field. I think we had a young Anakin out there taking it home inside the broadcast booth. Luca Mucciardi to my left. Matt Clements to my right. I'm Harry Tidgewell, and we're taking in all the sights here at Star Wars Day. It's been a blast here at the ballpark, and Hopefully it continues that way. Newport clinging to that 6-run lead. It's the top of the order for the Westerners. Aiden Stern, Gavin Donahue, Kyle Garbowski set to lead things off. Braden Booth headed back out there for his second inning of relief work, trying to push the Resistance through to their first Friday night win of the year.
You did a great job with the Star Wars references, man. Like, you just keep coming. I don't know where they're coming from. How do you not run out of I guess there's like 12 movies to pick from.
There's a lot of movies to pick from.
I was going to say. I was going to say. If you wanted your World Cup update, by the way, it's 3-0 Brazil going to halftime.
Open things up. Yeah, no, like watching that, I have my phone on for the buzzes when someone scores. And Canada, Qatar, I mean, I felt like I was like a celebrity getting text messages. I was like
6-0.
every minute. Jeez.
Had to turn D&D on for that one, huh?
They got to wait for the Newport bullpen to get back to their seats after they're tossing the football around on the field. Stern 1 for 1 today with a single. He's scored twice, reached base all 3 times, 3 stolen bags as well. So a guy you really want to retire to lead things off if you're Booth, and he starts in with a strike on the outer third. I know all 3 of our teams, MLB teams, in action today, right?
Yeah.
Mets, Red Sox, and Yankees. We're all across the board in the Northeast. We'll take you into the MLB. The Yankees lead 4-0 at the end of the 7th. I'm scrolling through. Who did the Mets play? The Mets might be
Actually,
off.
the Mets, I think, are off tonight.
Are the Red Sox also off? That one fouled.
They're playing a 10-10 first pitch in Seattle.
Oh,
yeah.
The West Coast trip.
Yeah, I was at Fenway yesterday.
That's how it feels when you go to Danbury. Like we're going across the country.
The Mets have the weird, they played game 1 against the Phillies yesterday, off today, and then play Saturday, Sunday.
Interesting.
The MLB's done that a couple times this year.
They do it at the start of the year a lot.
Yeah,
you notice that? They play like Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, or Thursday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah. Well, I knew with like the Yankees, they obviously like they were the opening night and they played the Giants, but then they were off the next day and then they finished the series on the next 2 days. But that one swing and a miss for strike 3. Braden Booth blowing it right by him. Stern can't catch up to it for the first out of the inning.
Yeah. Fenway was a fun time yesterday. Red Sox lost 4-3, but
you were there, yeah.
The Scottish people.
Were they still there?
Oh, they're unbelievable.
They played at Foxborough today, I believe.
Yep, they did. They lost 1-0, but unbelievable turnout they have. I mean, these very nice people, by the way, but they are all on the same page. One of them will start a chant, and the whole place will get into it. People are saying it's the most fun Fenway's been
awesome.
since the 2021 team, which was years ago. So. Really, cool seeing the different cultures come and bring their culture.
I know some of my friends, some fellow WVUM guys down at the University of Miami who are actually from the 305 are going to the Marlins game next week because on the 24th, the Scots are taking over Marlins Park for I think it's a 1 o'clock game on a Wednesday.
Fouled back right towards us into the fence.
Well, yesterday was a 1 o'clock game on a Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
And it was mostly American people there, but like the stuff no matter how good or bad the Red Sox are, they had like 30,000 people there on a Thursday at 1 o'clock. It's just incredible.
The Marlins probably have 4,000, not including the Scots.
1-2, a called strike 3 into Donahue. He doesn't like it, but back-to-back Ks for Booth to begin the away half of the 7th. The pitching really settling into form. I like this song on the soundtrack. I always forget what it's called, but
that's the Cantina song.
Well, I got to thank the scorer next to me for reminding me it's the 7th inning. What did we forget, guys?
I was trying to hope you would forget it because I don't want to embarrass the road broadcaster. What's the record now for road broadcasters? Do you know?
Oh, I think how many? So we're 5-7-1, but we didn't get trivia done. So we've done 12 games. I want to say we're 5-7. But if you count Joe's answers each game, our graphics guy, lazy fly ball into shallow left field, working on Inez Brown on a slide, can't get it. I guess he wanted us to get that trivia.
Yeah, he really wanted to get
the trivia question.
Maybe you should get it in before we.
Okay, there's two answers today, and if you just give me one of them, you get 1,000 points. If you give me both of them, you get 10,000 points, guys. This is a big one. There have been 2 pitchers in the last 50 years to win 300 games during their career with fewer than 200 losses. So not only did they rack up an absurd 300 wins, They didn't lose more than 200 games throughout their career. 2 pitchers in the last 50 years, and they're both the same era. Their entire careers almost overlap. That's my guess. That's my hint for you guys. We'll get back to that in the home half of the inning, so you have a little bit of time to think about it.
Okay. I already got one answer. Well, not one certain answer, but one guy who is
Matt
just,
Clements is feeling confident.
No, I don't. No, I don't, because he pitched.
That's a tough one,
Yeah,
dude.
it is.
That's a tough one. Because then how many, what if it was like a back-end reliever who just racked up wins? It's...
Luca, I gave you my best.
Man.
I gave you my best.
You think too highly of me, man.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Fly ball, right field, drifting towards the line is Mershon with room to make the catch for out number 3. We'll have more baseball and some trivia on the other side. Having fun here in the broadcast booth on NECBL Plus.
Every pitch, every hit, every moment that matters. From youth baseball to the professional leagues, this is where the next generation of players takes the field. The passion, the intensity, the pursuit of greatness. From future stars to unforgettable moments, every game tells a story, live and on demand all season long. Watch the future of the game unfold. Watch on HomeTeamLive.com.
Three strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Ethan Poole giving it his best effort for us as we head to the home half of the 7th. Newport holding on to a confident 10-4 lead, trying to add on to it. They scored 1 run in the second, 5 in the third, 2 in the fourth, and 2 more in the fifth. And the offense has just been incredible here tonight. 8 total hits, beating out Danbury's 5. We do have one guess in from Joe. We're going to get back to the trivia. I'll give you guys till he's done with his warm-up pitches because I threw it at you a little bit late. But Jacob Hines still out there.
Michael Delph
Michael
come
Delph.
into the
Michael
game.
Delph.
1-0 with a save. Got the save against the Bristol Blues last week. 4 innings of work, 6 strikeouts. So that 0 ERA. Two-way guy, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like Delph might have been in the lineup the last time we faced you guys.
He was the designated hitter the last time these two teams met.
Out of Army. Oh, yes. No, he came in and he pinch hit. You guys were having a bunch of pinch hitters, and they had like back-to-back doubles. I remember that now.
He'll be a teammate of, I believe, Gus Gandy's. Yeah, of Gus Gandy's because
he's headed to Sanford.
He's heading to Sanford next year.
Very nice. Teddy Regan chatting it up with the fans. Okay, I promised I'd get back to the question, which was 2 pitchers in the last 50 years to eclipse 300 wins while staying below 200 career losses. And well, Matt, I gotta, or do I let Mason Lagenza with a line drive into left center field, working over his stern and diving to make the catch. Had to go the full 180 degrees for that one.
What a cut it was from Lagenza. I mean, he's been cold all night and then goes opposite field on a line drive. What a play right there from Stern.
The only thing Stern was thinking was the ESPN theme song in his head. He wants to be on the top 10 tomorrow.
That'll get him going.
All right, I need
but
to hear,
settle back down.
I need to
calm
hear
the heart rate.
I need to hear your guess.
We're going to let Matt Clements go first. Home team advantage.
Okay, so you're talking about the same era. I want to go 90s, and I'm going to go with Greg Maddux.
Okay.
And the other 90s guy who had a similar career, which I don't know if I don't know their statistics. I'm going to go Pedro Martinez.
Pedro Martinez. Okay, you're locking those in.
I'm going to go Greg Maddux, Pedro Martinez, and I'm going to stop right there. I had a third alternative.
It's 2. It's 2, man.
Yeah, see, I have 3, and I.
Okay, all right, Luca.
All right.
Come on.
I'm going to show 0 ball knowledge here.
I believe in you.
I'm going Randy Johnson. I'm gonna trust Nolan Ryan.
Nolan Ryan. Did you want to reveal your other guess as well?
My other guess is Roy Halladay.
Okay, and we got a guess to the left of me, which is Randy Johnson.
Anthony saying Randy
and
Johnson.
Clemens. And let me see what Joe's Did Joe give me 2, or Joe might have just gave me 1? Joe, send up your second guess sooner rather than later. You have until the end of the batter. Gus Gandy up 2-1. Luca losing his pen.
No,
Is
we
it
saved
down
it.
there?
We
He
saved
saved
it.
it.
We
He
saved
saved it.
Maybe I am good at hacky sack. Kind of balanced that one on the foot.
2 balls, 1 strike into Gandy. Chop slowly back up the middle. Donahue on the run. Throw to first in time for the second out of the inning.
Think they're calling catcher's interference on that one, possibly.
Umpire's calling time, and yeah, they're going to grant Gandy first base via the catcher's interference, excuse me. Okay, well, Joe's going to ride our scorer Anthony. He's also going to with Randy Johnson and Roger Clemens. And, well, today, guys, while we were incorrect in the booth, both of those guys, 2 for 2. I mean, you get the 1 point for Randy Johnson, but Randy Johnson and Roger Clemens, today's trivia answers. I thought you'd get it with the Boston guy, Matt.
Well, I went another Boston guy,
And
Pedro
Martinez.
who was just so good.
Yes.
And I feel like, I mean, we kind of just said I think we just said the 5 best pitchers in the 90s.
Yeah,
which,
we really went all over we pounded the top of all those guys.
You know what? I'll take. You said it's 1,000 points for getting one of them.
Yes, you got the 1,000 points under your belt.
I'll take that home with me back to Queens with a happy heart.
Clemens from 1984 to 2007, 354 wins to 184 losses. That means 170 more wins than losses. That's insane. Randy Johnson, 303 to 166. Salinas pops one backwards and out of play. So that was 137. So Roger Clemens actually has the first highest win differential in the modern era. I mean, Christy Mathewson, who you just know was a flamethrower for 16 years, had 373 wins and 188 losses, which is nearly double his loss total to get to his wins. That's insane.
Wow.
But Clemens and Johnson, the 2 answers. There you go.
And I want to go back to the game. We just saw a catcher's interference while we were answering the questions. Very rare playing baseball right there. But I was looking at the replay of the Gandy swing, and my first thought when I saw it live was kind of got jammed, near the hands of the bat, and that's why it was a slow roller. But he hit the catcher's glove.
Well, you even heard him. He kind of gave a what?
Yeah.
Like you could tell right away that there was something there, and he looked back and pointed at Mowry.
No balls, 2 strikes. Gandy takes off, or never mind. He'll retreat back to the bag. He had a big secondary lead. Not sure if that was just trying to throw off Delph or if he just didn't like the jump enough to try and steal second. But a ball in the dirt for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Gandy leads off first. Tristan Salinas in the box. So it's been a day for him. 3 hits already. Fouls that one backwards. We'll do it again. Well, whether you're an island resident or planning a summer getaway, the fastest way to get to the Cape and Islands or go watch some Martha's Vineyard Sharks baseball is by taking the New England League's preferred partner, the Steamship Authority Ferry. Visit steamshipauthority.com for more information. You guys been out to the Vineyard?
We were out there on Monday,
Oh,
actually.
yes, you were telling me.
Was a beautiful ride in. Never been out there. Had a great time.
Salinas, a swing and a miss at the high cheese for out number 2. Couldn't catch up to that one.
That one finally might have humbled him. He's reached 4 times. That was his first at bat. And you could accept it after the night he's had. But good job right there from Delph getting 2 outs. And now with only a runner on, you got 2 bases to work with. And throw you get a tough hitter and Kane Brown up.
Sometimes it feels like you just can't get out. And Tristan Salinas having to face with the fact that you can't bat 1,000. Cade Brown standing in. Watches strike 1 at the letters.
I mean, mathematically you can. Just never going to happen. Maybe
It's
through the
possible.
maybe through the first couple games of a season.
Here's some crazy stories, though, at some of these, pros.
A back pick towards first. Gandy diving in safely.
Back to what I was saying. Some of these pros, your top guys in the MLB, you hear like their college and high school stats, and the one I always think about is Joe Mauer.
I was going to say Joe Mauer, yeah.
Struck out
one time
his whole high school career. I think it was his senior year in the
That's
championship
ridiculous.
game. So for three and a half years, he didn't strike out once.
Rumor has it Matt Clemens here in the booth batted 1,000 during his senior season.
I was going to say the opposite. I was going to say I struck out a lot when I played, and then I had to stop playing. I struck out so much. Nah, I'm kidding.
If you want to break in your catcher's mitt, just have Luca Mucciardi standing in the batter's box.
No, I'll just bunt everything for singles at that point.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Pitch into Brown, gets away from Mowry behind the dish, and Gandy will trot on into scoring position with 2 outs, and a 2-2 count to Cade Brown. Deuces wild in the home half of the 7th.
It was an interesting moment because it looked like when Mowry popped up to try to catch that ball, his forearm hit his mask off of his face, and it made him lose track of where it was. Doesn't matter for Gus Gandy. He's going to say, I can walk over to second and put myself in scoring position.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Delph into Brown. Spikes one in the dirt now. Mowry able to keep it in front, but the count runs full.
Talking about the mask, I just want to make a point right here. If you're a freshman catcher in the NCAA, that's your first time being able to wear that. They call it the Sully mask, the two-piece mask. In NFHS rules all across the country, you have to wear a one-piece catcher's mask. So having something like this, and now I'm not saying it becomes an issue, but it's something you got to get used to, especially flipping it up and getting used to the being comfortable with a two-piece mask. Definitely a change from high school to college.
Payoff pitch from Delph. Kicks and deals. Fouled back into the netting, and we'll do it again. Almost got our photographer, Michael. Jeez, I'm mixing up names.
If you check out our socials, Michael is phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
Editing pictures, absolutely unbelievable job, and Rhode Island native up in Bristol. So
he can even make me look good. He takes a picture of me, and I'm like, who is that guy? 3 balls, 2 strikes. Gandy dancing over at second. The pitch home. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the breaking ball on the outside. Newport held scoreless in the bottom of the 7th, but we're approaching that back stretch. Can the Gulls hold on? They lead 10-4 on any CBL+.
Most people spend their time trying to fit in. Not me. I want to be all in. I want to be in too deep, in the moment, in the center of it all, in the room where it happens. In it to make a difference every single moment of every single day. So grit your teeth and smile. Be ready to take on adversity. Be ready to transform the world. Ready for whatever life has in store. So, you in?
The motoring event of the year returns. The All Dream Newport Concours and Motor Week, October 1st through 4th. Witness breathtaking automobiles against a stunning backdrop of coastline and historic venues. From celebrated events like the Gathering and Concours d'Elegance to the all-new Supercar and Hypercar Concours, and free access to the Concours Village. There's something for all to enjoy. Join us in our Chair Jay Leno in celebrating automotive excellence, luxury, and community. Tickets on sale now.
Carter Holubesco using the force. Oh my gosh. Choking us up here in the booth. I can barely breathe. So much power in that one, the young one. Well, anyways, a pitching change. Sean Mulligan, Salve Regina, a local guy making his first appearance of the season. 9-2 during 2024 with a 2.10 ERA in 94 1/3 innings pitched. The guy that ate up a whole lot of innings, 96 Ks to 33 walks. And yeah, he pitches at the Division III level, but definitely has the talent to match up with a lot of these guys, and we're excited to see it here tonight.
And those are some incredible numbers coming out of nearby Salve Regina. And, I mean, if he can have even half of those numbers in the NECBL this summer, it's going to be a very welcome sight for this pitching staff in Newport.
And Braden Booth finishes his night really well on 2 innings, 2 hits, no runs, a walk, and 4 strikeouts. So after coming in for Parker Rhodes, those 2 middle guys really doing their job, setting up Mulligan here in the 8th. And then hopefully they can hold them off here, going to the top of the 9th. Only need 3 outs for the win, and you really had very efficient pitching, didn't waste too many arms, and it would be a really good night for Newport.
So it'll be Jack Edmonds, Colin Mowry, and Ryan Martin due up. Edmonds 0 for 3 today, the designated hitter. First pitch on the season for Mulligan is a ball outside. Newport with that 6-run lead. Danbury had 2 runs in the 3rd, 2 more in the 5th. The 1-0. Chopped foul left side.
If you're Danbury, 6 runs, a lot to come back from with just 6 outs remaining in this ball game, but you got to find a way to just get guys on, move them over, and try to be as efficient as possible with 3 outs remaining in this ball game. But you got to find a way to just get guys on, move them over, and try to be as efficient as possible with 3 outs remaining in this ball game. But you got to find a way to just get guys on, move them over, and try to be as efficient as possible with 3 outs remaining in this ball game. But you got to find a way to just get guys on, move them over, and try to be as efficient as possible with 3 outs remaining in this ball game. But you got to find a way to just get guys on, move them over, and try to be as efficient as possible with 3 outs remaining in this ball game. But you got to find a way to just get guys on, move them over, and try to be as efficient as possible with 3 outs remaining in this ball game. But you got to find a way to just get guys on, move them over, and try to be as efficient as possible with 3 outs remaining in this ball game. But you got to find a way to just get guys on, move them over, and try to be as efficient as possible with 3 outs remaining in this ball game. But you the time you have left in this game. Still not out of it, but a long ways away from it.
1-1 grounded right back up the middle. Cloud has it, coming cross towards second, throw to first in time. Caden Cloud, the defensive masterclass continues. A beautiful backhanded grab and flinging it over to first just in time. That's how you back up your pitcher with his first appearance of the season.
Well, that ball takes a weird hop off the mound, first of all. Second of all, after you glove it down, you're running the wrong way. Your momentum's going away from you. You got to throw across your body and beat out Edmonds. That's just a fantastic play, one you expect out of the Kentucky prospect.
Usually slotted over at shortstop, moved over to make room for Gus Gandy here tonight, and that just ultra athleticism. We saw it earlier with the diving backwards catch, now coming across the middle and making one crazy play.
Yeah, and you talk about that move from shortstop to second baseman. You know, they say every shortstop should be able to play second, not every second baseman should be able to play short. Obviously, the distance and the throw helps that, but you know, when you're usually at short and you're making that backhand jump throw, usually it's from, you know, the 5-6 hole. But there you're right behind second base. He made it look easy for how hard of a play that is.
Mulligan's 2-0 misses. 2 balls, 1 strike, excuse me. Umpire was quick to correct me there. He must have heard us.
You know, like what you were saying, though, it's pretty incredible how, as that one's taken for a ball, you know, shortstop should be able to play second base, like you're saying, and it doesn't go the other way. It's kind of like the outfield positions. You know, a guy who's maybe a typical center fielder is so used to seeing the ball.
This pitch crushed, scraping Tatooine and out of here. Colin Mowry with a blast over the left field wall and cuts the deficit to 5 in the top of the 8th.
Well, Colin Mowry's found the bat over the last 2 innings, a base hit in the 6th, and then absolutely tattoos one over the fence out to left field for his second long ball of the season.
It looks like Coach Regan might make a trip out sooner rather than later.
And I hope this isn't a pitching change right here. Yeah, it's not. They're keeping him back. You should have talked to him after that, and that was a shot. We talked about how earlier we don't have – well, we actually this year haven't had many home runs over that left field wall, so that's really a shot. But, again, talk to Mulligan, slow him down. You already have 1 out to work with, still a 5-run lead, and nobody on. Just try to get this next batter out, get back into the flow of things. You know, especially the first time on the mound this year, D3 kid in Salve Regina, he gets taken deep. You know, it might affect him in his mentality, but just get back in a Tech Martin.
And you know, you give up the run, but Mulligan kind of gets a mulligan because you're up by 6. Now the bases are still empty with 1 out, and you get to go into the same situation, kind of just throw it to the back of the mind and say, all right, don't make a mistake like that again. I can go in with a clean slate.
That's right. You know, it's just 1 run. He had the lead to work with for a reason. The best part of that is Mowry's going to go listen back to that home run on the bus ride back, and he's going to see that we shouted out Tatooine, and he's going to feel really special. That ball was blasted. That one misses. 2 balls, no strikes. Mulligan back-to-back competitive pitches, but Ryan Martin unwilling to bite. 2 balls, no strikes. Mulligan working quickly out of the windup. Catches the zone for strike 1.
You know, we did the little bit with the lightsabers today, and I noticed right away, of course, you gave me the red one.
Yes, that was purposeful. That was purposeful.
No, of course it is. That's swung on and missed. But if you had to choose the color of a lightsaber that you want, what color would you want?
I don't know. I do think a red one has some aura to it.
I'm loving the red, personally.
Matt, do you like the green? The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Sean Mulligan with his first strikeout of the NECBL season puts down Martin swinging.
Yeah, back to the lightsaber question. I don't think green's the best. I think red and blue do have the most aura. And usually in the battles.
What about the purple, the Mace Windu?
I was going to go purple.
There we go.
The purple's incredible. You ever hear the story behind that? Because you know
yes,
who plays Mace Windu?
Yeah, Samuel Jackson.
Samuel Jackson was like, no, I want a different color. I want my own color. And they gave him the purple lightsaber.
First pitch into Link, clips the bottom of the zone for strike 1. Yeah, he had to be different, and he sure didn't miss. That purple lightsaber is.
When you're in as many hit movies as Sam L. Jackson, you get to pick your own lightsaber color.
And Capital One ads.
I love how that's where your mind goes at Sam L. Jackson. Out of everything you could have picked, Capital One ads.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Yeah, I mean, Marvel movies are something, but the real question is, what's in your wallet? A fly ball into deep center field. Working back is Lagenza at the wall. Out of here. Peter Link leaves the yard. Another solo blast for the Westerners. Coming in the top of the 8th makes it a 4-run ball game.
Well, I'll tell you what's in Peter Link's wallet. A long ball, his first in the NECBL this season for the Danbury Westerners, cashes in on a ball middle. That one sent all the way back to the bank.
And for 6'8" hitter, a high fastball is just gold right there. He loved that pitch. Kind of went almost. It was almost center field. It was a little right to that second base bag, but really beautiful swing right there. And you said middle. It was just. It was exactly where it was his middle.
Okay.
Exactly where
He's
he
6'7". It's what's at my head is at his chest.
It's a ball for anyone else.
Yeah.
First pitch into Rivera misses outside. The Westerners making some move on this lead. Cut it from 6 to 4. Fastball above the letters for ball 2.
It's been a while since Danbury has been able to hit the long ball, though. They led the NECBL in home runs last season, had 7 at one point this season, but now they're first in the last 4 games. Haven't hit one since Aiden Stern had a pinch hit homer against the Valley Blue Sox back on the 13th.
Mulligan just missing. Rivera ahead 3-0. The top of the order looming. Misses the outside corner. So a 4-pitch walk turns the order over to Aiden Stern. And you got to think that leash is definitely tightening up for Sean Mulligan. 2 outs, 1 man on. A 10-6 ball game in favor of the Newport Gulls in the top of the 8th.
If you're Danbury, you're climbing back into this one. You're still in it, but you just need a little bit more if you can continue this 2-out rally.
Mulligan clips the inside for strike 1 into Stern. Stern's done a masterful job of working his way on base here today. The home plate umpire motioning over towards, I think, what was the away dugout after that call.
And I think he's right, because I really think that, especially that outside pitch, has just been going both ways the whole day. And it's been a really, really tight zone, and I don't think there's been favoritism in one side or the other. But of course, when you're down and things aren't going your way, I get it. And
yeah, I think
hard for us to talk, what happened yesterday, but
each umpire has their own zone. But it's a matter of just having that overall consistency on both sides. And I think our man behind the dish and Mr. Andreozzi has done a wonderful job of that tonight. He's given that lower part of the zone, like you said. He's liked the corners, especially at the bottom part.
And that's my one, my one personal con to the ABS implication, because 95% of the time I like it, but you got to think players and catchers and veterans started to know the umpire zones. You started to learn it, and
runner takes off, found left side, as you were saying, Matt.
And I think that was a beautiful part of baseball. As much as a lot of you have one crowd over here saying it's about the players, let the players play. The umpires are umpires. But I think umpires are part of the game. And if you deny that, I just think you're neglecting, a whole aspect of baseball.
Well, you're starting to see in a lot of sports. I mean, soccer with the offsides. You can be offside by a millimeter now, and all of a sudden they call it.
0-2 once again slashed left and foul.
Even on a personal note, as a tennis fan, a tennis player my whole life, the Hawkeye, which it doesn't matter if one piece of fuzz off the tennis ball hits the line, that ball is in, and they're able to tell. It's ridiculous.
And I think football is one of the sports everyone can kind of agree on the instant replay.
Runner goes, breaking ball, a called ball. Mulligan started walking off the mound, thought he had it. And the fans a little disgruntled. Take another look at that. It definitely dropped in there. The question was, when it crossed the plate, was it above the letters of Stern?
Well, I think the issue is Tejeda was popping up.
Was also moving up with the glove, yeah.
He was moving up with the glove for the throwdown, so I think if he had an opportunity to frame it, you might have got a different outcome there, but still, 1-2 payoff.
Pitch home, some more movement from Noel Rivera, just trying to run rampant.
I don't know if you guys picked that up, but Rivera was off second, and the pitcher was looking back, Mulligan, and Rivera starts going with his finger. Look that way. Look that way. Look at the guy you're dealing with.
A little bit of teasing.
Yeah.
Especially up 4.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Mulligan back towards second. Pitch home. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Sean Mulligan works an inning in relief, picks up 2 strikeouts, but the Westerners, well, they tack on 2 more courtesy of Mowry and Lynx long balls. The bottom of the 8th coming up next on NECBL Plus. Bottom of the 8th, Newport trying to replenish those 2 runs. They surrendered in the top half of the inning, but it'll be a new arm. Simon Yoakum in for more. Luca, over to you.
Yes, sidearm Simon making his 3rd appearance. 3 1/3 innings so far and 2 strikeouts. A whip of 0.30 has been fantastic for the Danbury Westerners, and will come in with that low 3/4 arm slot, so be prepared. You're going to get some awkward angles coming out of the hand of the Davidson man.
What did you lose down there?
I lost my lightsaber, man.
Oh, it would have gone all the way down. We'll get it later.
That's
Luca.
so sad.
I thought it was your pen at first. That's why I slid mine over.
I would have been fine with losing the pen, but I lost the lightsaber. That's like, I can't be a Jedi anymore.
Yeah, you've lost the Force. You've lost it within.
It's not within me anymore. Ah, man.
Warm-up pitches complete. Number 25 and Braxton Trammell set to lead things off, followed by Caden Cloud and Brandon Larson. Newport holding on to a 4-run lead. You got to feel pretty confident, but if they could tack on a few more runs here, it would just really take all the energy out of Danbury. Any possible late rally they could have. Look down at the bullpen side of things.
I'll tell you what, I've been told about the wind picks up here at night in Newport. Of course, you're right by the water. It took a little bit of a dip tonight.
You're glad you had the jacket on.
Came
Fitted
prepared.
up.
Came prepared.
The sidearm release is in for a ball to Braxton Trammell.
Well, you know, I was warned previously about the tradition, I guess you would call it now here in Newport, of the broadcasters wearing the jacket and everything. I said, I'm gonna uphold that.
Catches at the knees for strike 1. Are you team C-3PO or R2-D2? Matt doesn't even know what we're talking about.
If you could tell, every time we talk about Star Wars tonight, I haven't said a word.
It's Team R2-D2, and it's without a doubt.
I like C-3PO. C-3PO is always he knows what he's doing with those funny jokes. Like, everybody thinks he's serious.
I'm just basing it off the Lego games. I'm going to be honest with you.
Ooh, the Lego. I love the Legos.
C-3PO elite.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Simon Yoakum looking for his first out of the inning. Fastball misses inside, 2-2.
We're running out of Star Wars things.
It's
getting late.
It is.
Long ball game.
I guess we talked about swing and a miss, strike 3. We talked about how Star Wars players would relate to baseball, but is there any baseball players that you think would make a really strong Jedi or a Sith? You know, either way.
I gotta think about that. Who's like a really hated player? Like who's somebody everybody just kind of this. Like I feel like Aroldis Chapman, such a good Sith. Like,
ooh, I was just gonna say
Does everyone hate Chapman?
The Dodgers organization altogether at this point is just.
I feel like you hate playing against Chapman. If he's not on your side, you're just like,
yeah,
man, like damn, like But I don't know. Shohei, I'm gonna put Shohei on Sith just because he's on the Dodgers now. When he was on the Angels, I would have been really happy. He turned to the dark side.
It's like Kevin Durant.
Nah, he's just been on the dark side.
Peter Crow Armstrong might have a little young Jedi to him. He needs some training, but like
he's but he's got like the evil swagger about him.
He's a little Anakin-y. You don't know which way he's gonna lean.
That's you know what? It's a good pull.
Pitch into Cloud, misses. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Like you could go obvious. Like Derek Jeter is gonna be a Jedi. Like come on.
Yeah,
of course.
Of course.
You know, and it makes you think: are there like less hated guys nowadays in the MLB? Because I feel like there was such an era where, like I think we're not seeing as many brawls and rivalries, and the Royd era's over. And
well, I feel like there's a couple. Like Bryce Harper is a guy that
yeah.
you either love him or you hate him. Like there's no other side. I feel like Ronald Acuna and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. have both turned into that as well.
Yeah, even as you were saying, like. Well, everybody's starting to kind of hate the Dodgers. The players themselves, as Cloud lines one into center. Stern not able to get there. So mark it down as a 1-out single in the bottom of the 8th. But the players on the Dodgers themselves, like, how can't you love Freddie Freeman? How can't you love Mookie Betts? Shohei Ohtani's great. It's a likable group of guys. It's just that they're all combined, which makes everybody hate them. Stern choosing to hold up on that one. He might have had a chance at it. We saw some serious athleticism across the outfield grass already here today.
You know, I'm going to say, Brendan Larson, I love the walk-up song, but 20 Minutes by Lil Uzi, but he mentions Back to the Future, not Star Wars. It's the wrong movie for the night, dude. It's the wrong space movie.
Back to the Future, and of course, the second one is the best one. Luca's silent. Matt, have you seen Back to the Futures?
I've seen. I don't think I've ever seen the full movie, but one thing I always took out of it was that this was before the Cubs won the World Series, and they kind of foreshadowed them winning it. I remember that part of it.
Luca,
I had to take the headset off, man. I couldn't deal with that.
He's flabbergasted. What? You're the first movie?
Yes.
What?
With no doubt in my mind.
He's in a what?
It's the first one is better.
No, I like the second one a lot. Because the second one sets up the third one to be a beaut.
What's the best Rocky movie?
Oh, easy. At the same time. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go.
Good. All right, you got that one right.
I mean, I was getting serious Rocky vibes during the UFC fight at the White House.
Oh,
Larson
yeah.
works the walk. I forget. I don't know the fighters' names, but he's losing, and they start chanting USA, and he
Justin
gets to
Gaethje.
And all of a sudden, he's just
the intro, and he's looking at the Constitution, like the Declaration of Independence. He's just looking it down with the flag on his back. I'm like, how do you not feel American right now? Like I feel like an eagle needs to fly over the octagon or something.
No, Rocky IV is without a doubt one of the best. I had listened to Hearts on Fire while I'm working out just because it pumps me up. 1 out, 2 men aboard. Peter Mershon, a 2-for-3 day with 3 RBIs, courtesy of that 3-run blast. In the bottom of the 3rd, first pitch in is a cold strike.
Rocky IV is the best movie. Clubber Lang is the best opponent. That's the way I go. I think character-wise, Clubber Lang is awesome.
I mean, isn't it just Apollo and Rocky 1?
Apollo's Rocky 1 and Rocky 2, yeah.
Rocky 2 is really good.
They're all really good.
They are really good.
No balls, 1 strike. 1 out, Cloud dancing over at second. Mershon watches strike 2.
Hey, all the Rocky movies just got put on Netflix, I'm pretty sure. That might be my...
Yeah, there you go. That
might be the road trip playlist coming up.
Definitely some good stuff. Peter Mershon trying to hit Danbury with the "you can't win." Pitch home, the cold ball. Cloud trying to steal 3rd, and he's out. So Caden Cloud a little too aggressive on the base paths, and it comes back to bite him for the 2nd out of the inning. Count moves to 1 ball, 2 strikes. It's so hard to read if it's a strike coming into the zone out of the sidearm guy because you don't know where it's breaking across the plate. It must be such so much harder for the umpires behind the dish.
It definitely throws them a
Yeah.
loop every once in a while. But you umpire a lot, you see it more often.
Do you know what his arsenal is in terms of pitches?
Yeah, it's actually one of the weirder ones.
Mershon with a fly ball shot the other way, foul.
It's so tough to pick up on here because I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, so it's fastball, curveball, slider, changeup. At least that's what I have.
I don't even understand how you can even throw a proper changeup when.
Oh, it doesn't even feel. It doesn't look like a changeup.
Yeah,
That's why it's so hard to
It
tell.
almost might just be the speed difference. Might not even might be the movement.
And he rarely throws the curveball. It's like this sweeping curveball.
Yeah.
Rarely ever comes out of the hand.
Mershon grounded softly left side. With time, the throw to second in time from Rivera to Donahue. So the last chance for the Danbury Westerners coming up next in the top of the ninth. Can Newport close it out? Find out next on NECBL Plus.
Most people spend their time trying to fit in. Not me. I want to be all in. I want to be in too deep, in the moment, in the center of it all, in the room where it happens. In it to make a difference every single moment of every single day. So grit your teeth and smile. Be ready to take on adversity. Be ready to transform the world. Ready for whatever life has in store. So, you in?
The motoring event of the year returns. The All Dream Newport Concours and Motor Week, October 1st through 4th. Witness breathtaking automobiles against a stunning backdrop of coastline and historic venues. From celebrated events like the Gathering and Concours d'Elegance to the all-new supercar and hypercar Concours, and free access to the Concours Village. There's something for all to enjoy. Join us in our chair Jay Leno in celebrating automotive excellence, luxury, and community. Tickets on sale now.
Uh-oh. Darth Vader rolling through the stands. Oh, the
Oh, he had
wow.
the fancy one.
Well, we talked about Darth Vader on the mound, standing at 6'8". This is practically it. Zane Stahl, 6'7" out of Louisville, and well, he's had a masterful season out of the bullpen for Newport so far. You look at the numbers for Zane Stahl so far this season. A 5.40 ERA across his 5 innings pitched, 5 hits, 3 earned runs off of 1 walk to 6 strikeouts. I was saying this is like 3 walks to 6 strikeouts, excuse me. This is like the perfect song to come into if you're the pitcher. The fight scene from the Star Wars movies. I mean, you just feel the aura oozing through your veins. Ain't that right, Luca Mucciardi?
I love it, but you were confusing me there because you were like from the Star Wars movie, and I was hoping you knew what movie it's from.
I get the titles mixed up. Is this wait, let me, I can tell you. It's episode 4, right? It's A New Hope? What is it?
It's Phantom Menace, dude.
That's Phantom Menace? Ah, dang it. My bad. I'm sorry. I let you down, Luca.
I had to double check too. I thought it was Phantom Menace, but I had to make sure.
I only pay attention to the Rogue One soundtrack.
0 for 1 on the Star Wars trivia tonight.
Yeah, I hear that music going, and I'm thinking, if you're just a tourist outside of Newport and you're hearing that music, you're like, what is going on at Cardines?
They gave me a trivia question earlier about how old was Anakin when he died, like when he loses the battle to Obi-Wan. And it was older than I thought. It was like 44 years old.
Yeah. He's like kind of old.
Like, I wish I could age like a Jedi.
Well, you think about it, Luke and Leia are born at the end of that movie.
Yeah. Wow.
So he's got to be, he's got to be like at least that age, right?
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Stahl gets the swing and miss for strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike, still no outs. Trying to wrap things up here from Cardines Field. Newport with a 4-run lead, no outs in the top of the 9th. Catches the outside, count draws even at 2s.
That's a nice pitch. Catch the outside black, middle away. Expand that zone again. We've been talking about the outside corner the entire night. Now you can go anywhere you want, 2-2 against Donahue.
The 2-2 misses in the dirt.
As we sit here on Star Wars, and I look to my right, and I look at Ethan Poole, who's one of our cameramen tonight. He's been on a couple of our broadcasts so far. I think he'd be perfect in this number 3 chair because I give my analysis, but he is the Star Wars guy.
Is he? Foul left side. Yeah, he was spitting a lot of Star Wars knowledge stuff. I was unfamiliar with his game. Do we have just a favorite movie overall? Something you can watch time outside of Star Wars, just a movie you love to watch.
Oh, I have a couple. Are you a Letterboxd guy?
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Stahl picks up the first out of the 9th against Gavin Donahue. Turns things over to Garbowski. I don't have a Letterboxd.
Because Letterboxd, you can pick your top 4 movies.
I have heard about this.
What do I have right now? Right now, my top 4 is Good Will Hunting, Pulp Fiction, Swingers, and Django Unchained.
Yeah,
those are my top 4 right now.
I love Tarantino. I love Tarantino.
Tarantino, fantastic.
That pitch fell back for strike 1. I like to go a little bit all over the board. Like when someone asks me my top 5, it's like
I switch mine up.
My comedy movie is Tommy Boy. With David Spade and Chris Farley. Love that movie. If I'm looking for something serious, A Few Good Men.
Yeah.
With Tom Cruise. That's a good one. I then, you got to get Tarantino in there with my favorite, Reservoir Dogs.
Yes.
See, I'm winning Luca back after some rough innings of a lack of knowledge.
Fantastic pull.
Rogue One at the 5. I don't know what else to work in there. Like it's tough because you never know. Like
it's really tough.
Something I can watch time and time again. It's one of my mom's favorites. So shout out is here tonight. My mom and my brother in the stands tonight to our right. Ferris Bueller's Day Off is always a treat. Foul left side out of play.
That was like a comedy my dad and I always can watch together. Wedding Crashers.
Yeah, that's a good one.
We quote that movie a lot. A lot.
Yeah, I don't think I'm
Same with like Talladega Nights, shake and bake, baby.
Shake and bake, baby.
I don't think I'm as keen as you guys are with movies, as you can tell. I'm going to say, Luca, though, I watched Good Will Hunting in, I want to say, February for the first time. And, I'm 19 years old, and I finally watched it. It is the greatest movie I've ever seen.
No. So that happened to me in maybe like September. And I was like, I'd always seen the clips, and I was like, I really just got to sit down and watch it. Incredible.
I had 2 friends at school get me into it, and I was like, this is just phenomenal. In terms of comedy, I'm going to put a sports comedy in there. I think probably the movie I've seen the most is The Waterboy.
Okay, not bad.
And it's like it's just a classic, but it's not the greatest movie. And then again, I'm a big sports guy. Remember the Titans? Phenomenal sports movie. Other really good movie I liked. Watched this 2 years ago. I mentioned to you earlier, Italian Kid from the Bronx Tale.
Bronx Tale.
Bronx Tale.
That's always a good one.
That one's deep down in my heart. That's a great movie.
The 3-2 from Stahl. Misses low in the dirt. Going back to Good Will Hunting. Well, how do you like them apples? Kyle Garbowski works the walk with 1 out. In the top of the 9th, Zane Stahl trying to send the fans home happy.
Good Will Hunting, that's a New England movie.
Yeah.
That's
a
New
must
England
for Matt
Collegiate
Clemens.
Baseball League. Yeah, right? The story behind that movie is what makes it incredible to me. Because that was, I don't know if you've heard about this, but that's Matt Damon and Ben Affleck's senior thesis at Harvard.
Yes.
Like, the two of them sat together and wrote that for a class, and it's one of the most well-written movies. I think one of the most well-written movies ever.
One Damon Boston movie with Wahlberg I really like is The Departed.
Departed's also
That's a great movie. So many good movies. Like my one big pet peeve I have is people that watch the same movies over and over again.
I like to find new ones.
There's so much out there. Like I will say, and there's obviously the movies. If you like a Christmas movie, you watch Elf every year. We watch Hop at Easter.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair.
There's some stuff that comes up every year, but yeah, like you got to explore it. In sports movies, as that one gets to the backstop, Tejeda having to go back and retrieve it.
Well, what one of my friends got me into, actually, he's a big movie guy, and I don't know if you have AMC theaters by you, but AMC does the stubs thing where it's like $20 a month and you get 4 movies a week.
Oh.
And, like, you don't have to go to 4, but what happens is one movie ticket's already, like,
they get expensive.
$15, $16. So pay $20 a month. There's a movie theater down the block from us in Miami. We go to like 2-3 movies a month every time something good comes out.
Lasered into center field. Legenza moves over and makes the catch for the second out of the inning. Newport just 1 out away from their first Friday night win of the season.
And I don't think they want us talking about movies anymore. They're saying that focus on the final out of this ball game.
Yeah, we're gonna close things out right now.
But reflecting on the game, we saw some good baseball tonight. I mean,
Very good.
Yeah. I know 10-6, 16 combined runs, especially in this league. Some of these games can get out of hand with limited arms and all that. But I don't think the Danbury offense was phenomenal, but they really did a good job on the base pass to set up runs and had some efficiency on the offensive end. The Gulls had those explosive innings, a couple big homers. But I think on both ends it wasn't, lousy baseball. I think it was aggressive for Danbury. I think it was power hitting and, timely hitting for the Gulls. And, unless we see a miracle here from Danbury, it was, one of Newport's better wins of the year.
Yeah, and I think it's a matter. You see the big numbers on the scoreboard. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Now just one pitch away. You don't think bad pitching. You think just really good hitting here tonight on both sides. I mean, Danbury put up a very respectable 6 runs and battled throughout the contest. But those middle innings, especially that 5-run third for Newport, just too much to handle as Zane Stahl just 1 strike away. Newport looking for their first Friday night win of the season. Misses in the dirt, ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kyle Grabowski stands over at second. Jack Edmonds at the dish. Stahl looks back at second, kicks and deals. Breaking ball, chopped right side. Stahl has it. Throw to first in plenty of time. That's all she wrote. Newport with their first Friday night win of the season in a commanding 10-6 win over the Danbury Westerners. And that explosive offensive performance here tonight. 2 long balls, 10 total runs, double digits in the run column for Newport in back-to-back outings. And while the pitching was good enough, they allowed only 6 and kept things down towards the back half to carry the Gulls to a 10-6 victory, improving Newport to 6-7-1 on the young season. Drops Danbury down to 3-8. See the guys getting all the high fives in. You must be thinking they're saying, may the force be with you, may the force be with you. Celebrating here on Star Wars night from Cardines Field. Some great action, and we're going to break it all down for you right now as we head back inside the broadcast booth. Matt Clements, I'll turn to you first. The victors here tonight. Newport able to get back on track after a rough loss to Ocean State yesterday. How do you go about finishing the job tomorrow, closing out the week strong, and just riding this momentum towards the rest of the season?
Well, I really like the managed game from Teddy Regan right there. Obviously, Mike Coombs couldn't manage today. He'll be back tomorrow. But I really like the mix of pitching and hitting because you had no guys go over 3 innings. Or should I say, Parker Rhodes was the middle guy with 3 innings. Everyone else 2 innings, 1 inning. So you have the healthy arms, you have the healthy bullpen. Mix that in with hitting. On the offensive side, come out hitting. They came out early, got some nice hits in front of a big crowd, had that, those 2 early home runs. So it's the mix of pitching and hitting that I like to see today. It was a well-managed baseball game, and if you can duplicate that performance tomorrow, you can finish out the weekend with another win.
Newport tries to finish out Saturday with the win against the Valley Blue Sox. They tied their first time around, so maybe that means double points or something. I don't know. But Luca Mucciardi, first off, thank you for joining us here tonight. It was truly a pleasure. You look great in the suit jacket, but I got to ask you, Danbury, not the start to the season that they wanted. They showed some promise with the offensive bats today, but the pitching just not quite there. How do you recover from a loss like this?
Yeah, falling down to 3-8, and now when you look at Danbury, and they've lost a couple in a row, four-game skid. But again, it was like I said at the top half of this broadcast. It was you need a game where you kind of need everything to go your way for 9 innings. They've had the pitching for 9 innings, then they've had the hitting for 9 innings, and they can't combine it. Today, it seemed like the hitting was there and the pitching was there for 6 out of the 9. And you just had those little brain fog moments in the middle innings, and it can come back to haunt you. So I think it's just this bullpen continuing to try to limit the free passes, limit allowing those free runners on base. The bats can keep you in this ball game. They could score at a heavy clip. It's just going to be cleaning things up and moving on with the rest of the season. Just a quarter of the way through, 11 games played.
Quarter of the way through.
So you got a lot of time to go and get back on track.
44 games in the NECBL season, regular season. I guess you could say the saga continues. I had to work one more in there. But before we leave you from Cardines Field, I'd like to thank everybody here in Newport for helping make this night so special. Shout out Derek, the biggest Star Wars fan we know. At first, I'd like to shout out our media team, Adelina, Olivia, Tyler, Michael, Veronica, and Michael. I already said Michael. I said Michael twice for all that you do. broadcast operations team, Ethan, Matt Benestad, Carter Holubesco working cameras today. We had Joe Dupuy. Your graphics looked fantastic. Down in the dungeon with Sorka Lewis, our director and producer. Shout out Mikey Basile and Tom Lima, as always. PJ Moynihan, the executive producer of all these NECBL games. Inside the booth, Matt Clements, Luca Mucciardi. I'm Harry Tidgewell saying so long and good night. May the force be with you from Newport.
We welcome in post-game, a 10-6 win for the Newport Gulls over the Danbury Westerners. And, well, yesterday Cade Brown had 5 hits and backs it up with another multi-hit performance here tonight, part of that high-flying offense for the Gulls. And, Cade, how did you guys find so much success here tonight?
No, we're just passing the bat back to the guys behind you and just trusting them to get the job done kind of thing. Like, Gus just had, I think, 3 or 4 walks today, and Tristan had 3 hits, and it just kind of everybody just keeps passing the bat along, and just everybody's just contributing in some way.
Able to get the first win under the Friday night lights. What's it mean to be able to get that one off your back in front of a packed house at Cardines?
Yeah, it's good to get it get off her back. When you're wearing orange in Newport, you're supposed to win. So just get the first one on our belt and win many more of these.
One more game tomorrow before the off day on Saturday. The Valley Blue Sox, a team you guys tied the first time around. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. I think the offense is starting to pick it up. We're all kind of getting to know each other and how everybody plays, and the pitching's doing their thing too. So I think we're feeling pretty good going in tomorrow.
Well, that'll do it from Newport, Rhode Island. Cade Brown, your player of the game. I'm Harry Tidgewell saying so long and good night, Newport.